All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 88. Today was a half day. Oh, I could kind of say this. Maybe this works. 今日はアメリカのお母さんの日の日です。So today was American Mother's Day, so we head out. It was a little interesting story. Maybe I'll share what happened later. It certainly was an interesting day. As always, welcome back, folks. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So yesterday we were keeping with our usual schedule now, but today will be a half day, so tomorrow is also a half day, so we're gonna split Unit 9 into a 2-day session. We completed Unit 8 yesterday. The theme was make plans for a party. However, when I start thinking about what was in Unit 8, it's kind of hard to narrow it down to making plans for a party. I can see how loosely that involves. So, let's see if my thing... Yeah, something's blocking this section. Yeah, specifically this section. Oh, wait, hold. Alright, that's actually fine. Okay, we'll stick it here. So, alright, we're following our plan, so... we're gonna go through our total recall, right? And we start with Unit 8. Yes. まず、英語。まず日本語を話します。そして英語を書きます。Right? So let's start with that for Unit 8. Where should I start? Sorry. 4日。3月。なる。20歳。And turns out, 20歳, yeah, instead of saying, 20歳, right? 20歳 is a marker. It is a marker of adulthood. So, drinking age, rights to vote, and etc. So, 20 years, 20歳, is a traditional, it's like an older thing that marks for a unique day. So, did a little background check on things. Yeah, 20 years old is the coming of age year. So, interestingly enough, Duo embraces that uniqueness and introduced the phrase hadachi instead of the, I guess, the more modern usage, which is niju sai, right? Niju sai. Okay. Naru is forever associated with hadachi. We had the one that I struggled with yesterday quite a lot. 片付け、片付ける。片付ける。入り Making plans. 自転車 and with Jitensha we have the new mode of transportation using our day particle in that way now, right? And we have another usage of mo, saikin, soro, momentary or in a bit. Yukata. Chizu. Oh, you know what? This one did not have a lot of katakana now that I think about it. Oh, that's what made it very interesting and special today. Yesterday. Chizu. I think it's the only katakana that I know or remember. Yoji. And then we have our negatives, our new negatives. Bokunai desu. And isokashikunai desu. Our reuse, but a new definition. Reuse case for yobu. I just remembered something and I legitimately forgot it. Let's see if I can retrieve it again. It had something to do with Yoji. Did it have something to do with Yoji? Maybe it has something to do with Chizu. Making plans. Where Saitama is the new location, because I'm thinking of not far. It's associated with not far. Not busy is associated with stuff to do. Cheese is just placed in there for whatever reason. Evening recently, already in a bit. Yeah, invite. And we had an additional mode of transportation. And pigeonhole the special day. So 20 day, like party. One of the days of celebration would be 20 years. Hatachi. Oh, right. That's what I remembered now. Let's write it up here. Oh, no, that's very hard to see. Just kidding. Abort. right? Kuruma. Kuruma as a mode of transportation, car, right? And then we have the whoops. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. That is ripe with stroke error stuff. That's okay. Kairu. Kairu. Yeah, Kairu. The kanji for Kairu. That could be done much better, but I was like frantically out of stroke order. That's okay. Yeah, I think that's about it. For our unit 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 19's good. 19's above average. Honestly, I think my volume is increasing. We're slowly pushing up our average to around like 17 instead of 15 items. And then we're gonna do unit 7. Now we're switching over to writing. So let's start. Unit 7 was technically our introduction to negative adjectives, right? Yeah, unit 7 was the introduction. So we're gonna frame ourselves. So we have haru. Thanks, Dojo. Let's do that again. Huh. I don't know if I think it's that order. Natsu. Aki. Fuyu. So these are our structure because that's what it was, a chapter on negative adjectives, but they used like normal discussion topics like weather as the thing. So they reintroduced all the seasons. And this is where we're gonna frame our Japanese. That was terrible. Sakura. And we have Saku, right? For bloom. Also introducing the months, right? Ichikatsu. 1月 and 4月, right? And then we have summer, fall. These are variant. We have Mikan. Suika. Satsumaimo. Satsumaimo. As we think of oranges, watermelon, and sweet potatoes as a seasonal thing, right? That's kind of how they're associating with some of the weather and season talk. Like there's one more. Oh no. Okay, so now we're entering winter. Fuyu. So you have oh, whoops. So we have snowball. Snowball? Yeah, snowball. Oh, that's terrible. That's fine. Ski. And skato. Skato. Yeah, skato. The winter stuff. Anything in the fall? Covered that. Summer. Covered that. Spring. Covered that. Okay. Then we have weather stuff. Tenki. That's fine now. Oh, whoops. Yeah, atsukunai, right? Atsukunai desu. And then we're gonna do some dots there, dittos. Samukunai desu. Yo mo ganpate. Arigatou gozaimasu. Hello there, Lotus. I'm a little bit tired today. Being outside, being around public really gave me, I was a little overstimulated today. So, samukunai desu. Also have... Oh. Anoshikunai desu. And... Oh, this links back to the other thing too. So, kurakunai desu, right? So, not hot, not cold, not fun, and not dark. And speaking of dark, right? As I draw a blank. So I draw a big blank. I had it and I lost it. Or, yeah, speaking of dark. I had it and then I lost it. Okay. Right. Yoru. Right. There was one more. There was something else. Oh, oh, that's awful. It's okay. Tsundemasu. The kanji for tsundemasu. That it for... We're not aiming for complete, but for 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 19, 20, 21. That's pretty good. We're hitting way above average right now. And the writing is, yeah, it's what it is. It's pretty second nature at this point when it comes to at the moment the predominant thing that comes up first is my natural output on speaking. So I'm speaking inside my head far faster than I'm actually seeing the kana at the moment. So a lot of times I'm just saying the kana and then immediately writing after. Be it kanji or hirakana or katakana, regardless. It's definitely faster just to recall my voice production and my audio. Imagine the sounds in my head instead. I feel like there are a few more things here, but I've missed some. Wait. I missed one here. It's thanks, Cozy. Yeah. Tsukeru. Tsukeru. And it's the tsukeru tsukeru for turn on, because aircon. But tsukeru, oh, I remembered another word actually. Because of this. Tsukeru is, there are 3 tsukerus. So I have no kanji right now. So this is specifically the one for turn on. There were actually, I think there are 3. So this is the one for turn on. And that reminds me of the one word I forgot for a while actually. Okay. It's no, that's not it. Wait, was it in katakana? No, I don't think it was in katakana. Oh, but it is, I think it is abbreviated though. Danbo? Yeah, danbo. The heater. So they for this chapter, when they were talking about the seasons and the weather, they use tsukeru to talk about aircon o tsukeru, right? Or danbo o tsukeru, or ni. This is the downside of not having mixed more mixing in the units, but this is pretty good. I think this is pretty good. Everything will come to me when I see more context clues and stuff, but this is a pretty good place to stop for contextless recall. So far so good. I think I still can get 95% of the stuff, but the question is, am I gonna try to make time to go 3 units back? What was the unit before 7? It was about clothes shopping. Oh, I remember a lot of clothes shopping stuff, like accessory, seta, jinzu. There was a lot of katakana in unit 6. Paka. And then we learned like migi, sorry, it's the opposite, obviously on the camera, but migi and hidari. And then we had masuku, and the mazu, right? Mazu first. Then we also had agaru, or agarimasu, and then magarimasu, turn. There are a lot. Yeah, lots of things still comes to mind for clothing. Yeah, like shopping center. All right. Anyways, we'll get it on our review, you know, our 25-day review. We'll see how much we remember. And I'll obviously review a bit before the big review in 25 days, which is going to be day 100. There's a chance the review is going to be on day 104, because oftentimes there's 3-day super every once in a while and a big milestone. I think day 100 is one of those. So this is not too bad, not too bad. Remember, today is half day. Tomorrow is also going to be a half day, so we're gonna do 11 lessons, get ourselves introduced to Unit 9. So 6, which is the introductory unit, and I can confirm this is unique, so it's always going to be the same. Unique. And then these are same pool. These are same pool. And I have the jury's out on whether they choose when they get locked into a pool. When they get locked into a pool, it's a random selection from prompt to prompt. I think it is. So when you hit this button, it's going to choose a pool, and that pool is going to choose prompts from that pool. It's pretty clear that all three of them are the same, because it almost feels like by the time I finish this, I know almost half to 75% of the prompts that can be selected in these sets. And to the point where, because of the way my memory works, like how I output and then encode that output into input, within the day, I already know, I could already write down what the prompts are after one set. So I'm pretty sure these three draw from the same pool. And then practice is structured in the, I call it like the R1, R2, R1 structure. So R1, these R1s, they'll pick a topic, and I think it might be actually, for me, it's always gonna be kind of like the most recent pool, because I guess if they're trying to personalize it, I don't know if it's based on performance or if it's based on the most recent thing. But they always typically pick a topic within the last, like, a combination within the last, I'm going to say 4 units. And usually excludes the current one, obviously the current one you're doing. And they repeat this way, where this is almost, you get all Japanese prompts, as in mixed matchmaking, flashcarding, and stuff, but these have translations. These have sentence translations. So it's kind of interesting. I'm not quite sure how to make of it. And I haven't been using gems or half super to do like the added challenge. The added challenge has always been, they add in some modifiers, and then occasionally you get a toggle between no prompt with audio, or prompt with audio, and they're the same pool. So with or without audio, the prompt is still the same. So I don't know. And it does make you kind of lax up a lot, because of the way my memory works. I already know the prompt's answer before, like, it only takes me the first 4 words of the prompt in order to know the answer, because I pay attention to all the non-answers as well. So it's a hit or miss. There's so much that goes into Japanese. Indeed. So I have a little bit of a problem right now, because some of my habits of recall is making me take shortcuts. So, like, for example, when an audio only prompt comes up, the problem is I already study, because of my way of doing Duolingo, I already study the non-answers, the relations of the non-answers versus the answers in the prompt. And all of them have non-overlapping patterns. So because of that, they're unique fingerprints. All the answers, word banks, responses, fill in the blanks, all have unique footprints, generally speaking. So what happens is the audio ones, like the long story ones, have an even bigger footprint. And what I say about that is, that's not everyone does this way, but that's how I remember details about people. So it's like making me making me immediately use a shortcut autonomously. So for example, when 2 people have stories. I compare and contrast those two stories immediately to form memories or recall. Well, in terms of the long audio prompts / like reading prompts, they're incredibly unique from each other, and their answers are incredibly unique from each other. So there's a really, really small percentage chance that I don't have enough context clues. Sometimes, like, I think most of my skills involve taking the least number of context clues I need to remember something. And the downside to that is I have to force myself, like I have to try to get myself to listen to the entire prompt or to read the entire prompt, because once I see it once and then I spend time talking about it, every subsequent repetition of it becomes shortcutted because I already know all the content. Like if the prompt comes up again, I'll read the first 3 words and then that's it. I will know the rest of the word. It doesn't really matter where. I can pick 3 random words anywhere in the prompt and I've already remembered the rest, even the answers and the not answers. And I don't know how to make a compromise in that. So this is outside my control because Duolingo has to produce an exponential, in my opinion, an exponential amount of new prompts so that they don't repeat for me. But that's too much to ask. I think that's unreasonable. I think most people, when they do a prompt, they forget the prompt, as in they're reactionary. They're trying to react to it, which in my opinion, sometimes can make someone work harder. Whether that's beneficial or not, I don't know. I can definitely see myself getting lazier and lazier. So I need to like up the ante. I gotta find a reasonable solution to engage myself even further. Because now, originally for the first 88 days, I would say I'm working at like 40%. I think at most, I'm working at 40%. But once I get down to these two, right after these initial ones, it feels like I'm working at 40% here. But by the time I get down here, I'm working at 10%. You quit writing the lessons down in notebook. That makes it even worse. So that means I use up even more time and I get even worse return. So right now, we're talking about the sessions themselves. So that means like if I decide to write the lesson down while streaming Duolingo, it means I use up even more time for even less return. When Duolingo is off, right, as in when I stop streaming, I'm in comprehensive. I'm using CI. I'm using CI with a 80% comprehensive ability. So when I'm not streaming, I'm not using Duolingo, and that is already increasing the amount of return while reducing the amount of time to introduce novelty. So if I pull up and write lessons now while I'm doing Duolingo, it will only increase the time, but make this process even worse. As in, it will make it even easier for me. Because if I write my lessons as I'm going, my recall for these sections will go up even higher. As in, the problem that I'm encountering right now, or at least for myself, the problem I'm encountering now is I'm not working hard enough. Repeating things is going to make it even worse. So what I'm trying to do is I'm going to have to try to increase the novelty, because Duolingo is not sufficiently unique enough at the moment. So the repetition is getting too high, and writing down the lessons only increases the repetition. So I'm writing down things I already know, which is kind of tough right now. I'm thinking about what I can do. So far, what I've tried to do, things I've tried to do is when a prompt repeats, I've been adding thoughts to them. So things like antonyms, thinking about antonyms, and then thinking about associated words that are outside of the lesson. So things like if I don't know, example yesterday was soro soro. So soro soro, in a bit, like in momentarily. However, momentarily can be overlapped in terms of like interests with mosuku. Right, mosuku. Right. And it came up in Duolingo, by the way. So things like that will get me to apply myself harder in the repetition. I think this is great though. I think these two beginning, when they intro and then they repeat, these are two unique pools. So I really like it. Although it would be pretty awesome if there was something else. Not really personalized practice. Personalized practice is practice. It's going to feel redundant because my recall is pretty good right now. But these two are feeling a little bit too samey. Again, Gabriel, you don't understand what I'm trying to say. I'm streaming Duolingo. So, trying other websites require that I stream them too in this segment, right? That's not an option at the moment. At least not an option that complements Duolingo. Like, I'm not just gonna pull up Anki and do, well, I have to think about that now that I think about it. And then when I'm not, the other option is to reduce the stream time. Basically, I liberate more time, so I do other things, right? So when you say you might need to try I don't need to try other websites. However, if I do use other websites, then that is irrelevant to the problem, because then I will just not stream Duolingo. That's the whole point, right? So the whole point is it has something, it's trying to complement Duolingo. Using another site doesn't necessarily complement Duolingo. Yep. So I don't have to, that's what I'm doing. I'm thinking of other ways to kind of engage myself. Otherwise, I'm going to cut the Duolingo stream to a shorter segment, and then I'll start working on a different project for the time being. It doesn't get me, it does slow me down. It does slow me down on completing Duolingo. So I do want to complete the Duolingo course, right? I do want to complete the Duolingo Japanese course in order for me to start on the Mandarin Japanese course. Yeah, I can feel why some people, though, I can definitely feel it now, where I would say those who moved on would move on well before this pace. Because I have been trying most of my efforts is trying to increase input using Duolingo, and it's been a great challenge, and it's been quite fun. At the same time, I'm kind of falling behind on my brainstorming on how to do it. People keep telling you that Anki is like a godsend for those trying to learn Japanese. It's largely I would say due to the nature of you can set your pace. You can set your pace, and it's very customizable. The thing about Duolingo is, much like my comment about Duolingo right now, is it is structured for those who don't want to go through structuring, right? And I have already been pretty open about this. The way Duolingo teaches is interesting to me because I haven't done it in a very long time. This is like going to when you're younger and you have no structure yet, right? You have no learning structure yet. Like elementary school, right? Elementary school to high school, when you still don't have structure yet. You can't build your own structure and do whatever, seek whatever you want. This has been a very interesting journey because I'm exploring something that I don't use anymore. And then Anki has the flexibility of structure designed by community. So there's a lot of different types of structure. And then you get to choose. You get to choose, mix and match how you want to pace yourself. The assumption that people are saying is you have to know what to look for. So wow, the key word here is you. So if you're not a structured person, like you're not already have a structure in mind or how you go about it, which is opposite of me. I tend to always try to, at least most of the time, try to perceive my own personalized structure. So the way I'm using Duolingo is probably not the way the vast majority of people use Duolingo. I add my own stuff on top of Duolingo. And I'm trying to prevent myself from making this not a Duolingo stream, as in like, I don't want to digress away from it. Otherwise, I would set aside stream time for something else, which will come in the future. However, I do want to finish the course as well. So Anki comes with a really big asterisk. You have to be self-motivated. You have to understand how you learn. You have to have reasonable understanding of all your techniques and scheduling. And then you go and use Anki. And one of the greatest ways to figure out if certain structures work or don't work for you, use a few tools that have structures. Take the things that work, change Anki into the thing that works for you. So a lot of people would use Duolingo. It's like, I don't like 60% of it. 40% I like. We'll intuit the 40%. Go to like, I don't know, Babbel, Rosetta or something. Tick whatever their ideas is and then blend it all together and use Anki to personalize your structure from all your learning experience. At least that's how I'm insisting on. Oh, hey, thanks, Callie. Yeah, thanks, Callie, for the Prime sub. It might take you too long to finish the whole Duolingo, especially if you feel the way you do. How about trying to go 10 days and call it? That would be giving up. So the resounding answer to that would be foolish. So it just typically when I hear that, that's the path of least resistance. I will probably finish the Duolingo course regardless. It's not necessarily a problem. In terms of problems are not necessarily bad. So I think when you're providing advice, you think problems are bad. I think problems are challenging. So right now, I'm expressing the challenges that are facing me. So I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's not about how long it takes. It's largely about what I'm getting from it. So just to make it clear that even though it's going to take me a long time, that is irrelevant to if and when I finish it, right? Unless something super interesting comes along. So instead of like calling it like giving up and substituting, usually whenever I stop something, it's because something else more interesting came along. Right? So I do have to give it up to a lot of people because there are a lot of interesting things that has come along. However, I can't stream those things. or I haven't come up with a structure to stream those things yet. The answer is yet. Like the key word is yet. Okay, thanks Duolingo. Duolingo refreshes their page every like 15 minutes, so it resets. Wait, can I hit the back? Oh, I can. Wait. Oh, never mind. What is going on here? So I will probably complete it. I just have to come up with some new interesting ways of engaging myself. But I do see myself intellectually performing shortcuts as we're going. So that just means I gotta get my creativity juice on. What I'll probably do is I'll probably do 2 days per unit for Duolingo, so it does slow me down, but I'll invest that time into coming up with more creative ways to engage myself in response. And maybe putting in Anki things might be interesting. Perhaps I'll split the screen between Duolingo and Anki. Yeah, I just gotta work harder. I gotta work harder. My body is getting tired, but my mind isn't working hard enough. Is how critical I am right now about myself at the moment. I am not mentally strapped. I'm physically getting tired. And a lot of times I could go longer and get more units complete at this point because I'm still retaining over 95% of the stuff after 1 day exposure. That means, to me, that's telling me I'm not saturating my my mind. Usually when you start saturating your mind, your recall percentages is going to go down, right? And I told myself, if I push enough content into my brain and I start struggling maybe around 80%, that's pretty good. That means I'm overwhelming my recall. So 95% is still pretty comfortable. However, I can't get through 2 units at the pace that Duolingo is structured. So I could jump, but then jump. You have to jump every single time. Yeah, you do have to jump every single time. Then I'd be skipping. Okay, we'll talk about this a little bit later. I gotta brainstorm. Let's hop into our lesson. We're only doing these 2 today. So I have a little time to talk. I'm self-talking right now, but yeah, I have considered this quite some time. Pretty cool. All right. What does this say? Describe what you don't want to do. Interesting. What's our guidebook? Did we look at this guidebook yesterday? Oh no, we haven't. Ooh, I saw the word cancel. Okay. 今日は Oh, and what did Lotus say to me? Satori. Oh, okay. Gome. So it's Satorita. Oh. Mimashita ka? Satorida. What does that sound like? Satorida. It's not Saturday. I mean, like we know. What does that sound like? Oh, Satori Rida. Satori Rida. Something leader? Something leader. Oh, Satori Rida. Oh, Satori. What does it do? I don't actually know. I don't know. Oh, mimashita. Mashita ka? What does mimashita ka? Or mimashita. You use did I use breaking my silence to explain? Yeah. Did I use a Satori reader? I don't know what I don't actually know what mimashita means. It's a website with great little stories. Yeah, I know. But what I'm already, like the next level up from graded readers. I see. Yeah, if I took a look. Oh, is that how you say take a look? Mimashitaka. Yeah, I gathered that, and no, I didn't. It was obviously, it's pretty obvious I didn't take a look since I asked what the Satori Rida were. I mean, I haven't even finished grade readers, really. I don't think I've saturated graded readers lately. In the evening, I've been listening to vlogs more than lately. I think I might be giving the impression that I have lots of evening time. It takes quite a lot. Still quite a lot of time before I get. Yeah, so I haven't really been reading much lately. I guess I've been listening a lot more. But let me write a reminder to myself that I should put up. Oh, it's just like a page. Oh, right. Right. How does this even work again? You can only use it. It's very limited, isn't it? Right? Because it has a pricing thing. Oh wait, I think you guys, free version, those might be the free ones. Free version is limited to the first 2 chapters of each story. I see. Okay. All right. I see. Yeah, I'll have to look into it more. Yeah, I'll have to look into it more. At the moment, I don't want to accumulate any too many things that require live service subscriptions, because those are all live service competitors. You might be thinking like, well, subscription is not live service. It has daily updates and it's subscription based, so I typically just lump it together with live service. Yeah, I'll have to take a look closer, but the answer is no, I haven't looked into it. Can you explain to me the predicate that you used? What's the predicate I used? Mimashita? How does mimashita work? Yeah, mimas. Okay, to look. As opposed to... As opposed to the interpretive... interpretive... Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, I see why mimas looks so weird. Because I forgot mimas. Mimas is... Never mind. What am I doing? I'm falling into the old Japanese habit again. The reason why it looks so weird is because I haven't seen it in its hiragana form in so long. No. Sorry, guys. Sorry. All right, let me explain. Guys, let me explain. So, mimas, right? Guys, let me explain. So, mimas, right? But I don't see it as mimas anymore. So that was the problem. Because I fell into the Japanese rabbit hole that is kanji. So it took me a while to register. Like, I don't get what mimas is. Yeah, mimashita. Yeah, if you wrote mimashita, mimashita ka, I would have been like, oh. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that's right. So it's not about past tense. I already know past tense, guys. I already know past tense. We're way past past tense, ironically, and also we also already know the conjugations of mas and mashita. The problem here was because I was a buffoon. And I forgot about mimas. I even said it out loud. I'm like, why does that sound familiar? And yet I don't understand it. And in my head, I was like, isn't that the same as saying, right? And I was thinking, oh, wait, this is the same thing. Okay, all right. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I don't know why I'm asking silly questions. I should have checked my kanji and hiragana at the door. Oh my gosh. Oh, by the way, Lotus, mimas is one of the mimas is, I think, the first predicate. Hold up. As a history lesson for ourselves. Yeah, mimas is the first predicate. Yeah. It's the first kanji predicate ever. So thanks. You know, you guys find this funny, right? Like, Lotus and I go way back now. It's kind of funny I say way back, but Lotus is trying to help me because it's difficult to know which kanji. He's trying to be considerate by sticking to hiragana because it's so difficult to know what kanji I have, right? So it's ironic because he was trying to help me, but it's been so long since mimas that I've forgotten that mimas is just one kana. It's just one hiragana character. I was just about to say right before you guys said past tense, like, wait, couldn't you just say mimashita ka? And then immediately I was thinking, oh wait, that is the same thing. Only in my brain, I was picturing this kanji when I said mimashita ka. And then when I read Lotus's message, I'm like, what the heck is that? Like, I don't understand that. I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know if any of you guys find this relatable, but I was trying to stop this from happening. I really was trying to stop this from happening, where like you have to like pause and think about, wait a minute, what did this word look like in hiragana? like pure hiragana. It's already happened a couple times. Like Duolingo does this thing where occasionally they forget, or maybe they're doing it intentionally, I don't know. They forget to include the kanji version even though they already gave you the kanji version. So the moment I see it, I would sit there for like 3 minutes, at least 3 minutes. I'm thinking, I think this is a new word, and it's gonna be something like yasui. I'm like, I don't understand. Like, yasui, what is that? And it took me so long to realize, like, oh yeah, that's because I'm used to seeing the kanji of yasui, and there's 2 characters. There's only 2 characters there. Japanese things, I tell you, Japanese things. Can I think of? Is there an English feeling? The same thing for English? I think this is, so far in my life, I think this is, yeah, specific to Japanese. I don't think I can think of a easy example for English. Not even like contractions or anything. Like no contractions, abbreviations. I don't think there's a great example that mirrors this feeling right now. But yeah, thanks, Lotus. Thanks. It helps. I think largely people can still assume that I only know most of the hiragana. I was actually trying to prevent myself from falling into that trap, but unfortunately, the kanji section has gotten so long that I haven't gone back. And what Duolingo does is, if you practice these kanji, they always match it up to the hiragana. So you're constantly reinforced, but I haven't gone this far back in a long time because of the way they restructured the thing. I have to schedule more ways to go back. So, dang. That makes me wonder how many else things I've forgotten. Yo, if you wrote Atarashi out, I would not be able to know any, like, right off the bat. Any like long kanji, or no, actually short kanjis work too. Like if they're replacing one, like yomimasu. Oh. Yeah. I just did that in my head. I'm like, wait a minute. Does this only replace yo? Oh gosh. Oh no. You can tell Satori the kanji you know, and it will dynamically adjust the story to use just the ones you know. Oh. Wow, that's nice. That's really nice. That's really nice. I actually think that's awesome. Duolingo is technically doing that too, if you know what I mean, but not for stories, right? Not for stories, not in a dynamic way. But Duolingo is, I would say 95% of the time, they're doing that. They're turning over hiragana into kanji, but I don't know how well I'm going to remember the hiragana anymore. Like, I'm thinking like Tokyo. What does Tokyo even look like? Oh my gosh, I'm stuck. I'm already stuck. Oh. Oh, I forgot. I forgot the to. My bad. I skipped a whole syllable. Yeah, I skipped a whole syllable because I'm used to seeing, right? Yeah, I'm used to seeing one thing, so I'm like skipping whole syllables. Oh, and it's not even, oh, and I added extra. Yeah, I added an extra. Man, yeah, see? Oh man, I'm getting so like, oh, and this is a, oh no, and it's a, oh no. Gosh. Oh gosh, dude. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Oh no. All right. Well, that's a blunder. All right, that's gonna be a blunder. Not only that, I added an extra O because I forgot about to. So to, yeah, to, and then I forgot the kyo. So I ended up doing the ki o next to each other, and then adding an u. Oh my goodness! And it took me, it took me like 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds to recall Tokyo's kanji. So I don't know. That's gonna be a bridge we'll have to cross in the future. All right. Thanks for chilling and watching me ramble through my thoughts. These are the conflicts in my head. I actually didn't think about English at all the entire time. Like that whole ramble, I was just, okay, hiragana, like I'm saying this, so this is the and then it, I don't know. It's jumbled in my head now.
Ima.
All right, Ima. Okay, there you go. Lotus. I think you're the one that so aggressively taught me Ima. Like so early. Oh, actually, you and Indy is like competing for top spot. Because he kept writing Kyo for a while. But then I think you were first on the Kyo first. And then Ima, right? Ima. So fair enough. Yeah, this is a long time coming. Ima. All right. Okay. Hidari. So just trying it easier for me to type. Yeah, Kyo, yeah. The Ima kanji is so ubiquitous, right? It's so ubiquitous.
Ima.
Ima. Okay. Yon. San. Ito. Which, by the way, guys, saying stuff works to my advantage. So definitely do not feel discouraged from complicating things. I think I err on the side of complications more than this is how I get more engagement. The stuff that I was prefacing about feeling less engaged and stuff, that's kind of a symptom of getting too used to a system. However, when we talk about other things and random things or challenging myself, it gets me very excited. Like, I was tired. Like, I'm physically a bit tired because I had something to do for Mother's Day, American Mother's Day, earlier today. But now I'm far more enthusiastic than I initially was, because I was going to try to keep the half day to a half day. It might turn into a full day.
Ima.
I don't know.
Ima.
Okay, Ima.
眠いです。
眠いです. Oh, 眠いです. Sleepy. Does nemui, is that, can you say that's related to nemuru, right? Yeah, because we got nemuru. Yeah, we got nemuru, right? So nemui is, yeah, it's a special one, or like it's a convenient one. Yeah, we got nemasu already. Nemuru. Yeah, nemuru. Really, really far back though, like super far back. Like we're talking about near the beginning of section 2. We haven't used this word in a while. Use anything related to sleep in a long time. Yeah. Nemuru. I'm guessing it's
Nemui.
sleepy. Yeah. Nemui. Ooh. It's an E and it's we haven't found out if it's an E non-adjective yet, so I'm sleepy. Novel. I love it. Oh wait, is it a novel as in like a book novel? Or is it novel as in novel? I love novel. I'm okay with novel, but I really would love novel. I use novel so much. And I'm doing this deliberately because English is sometimes annoyingly ambiguous. Oh, it's for short story? Oh. Way to spoil a 1,000-year-old language, Lotus. You could have seen the disappointment in my face when I discovered it means novel, as opposed to novel. I know I'm saying the same word twice, guys. Learning Japanese also helps me celebrate English, because if anyone knows me, they will know which word I prefer to use more often. I don't use novel to describe a short story. I use novel to describe something new most of the time. Okay. Wait, I wasn't paying attention.
眠い
Nemui. Okay. Nemui desu. Coffee? Yeah, coffee o nomimasu. That's fair enough.
コーヒ
Honestly, I would just go outside and jog. I know. Unpopular opinion, I know. If I'm sleepy, I go out for a jog. Sorry. Or I talk about how Japanese has basically spoiled me with kanji immediately, and I thought I would be immune to the kanji problem. But now, here I am. I literally told Indy this. I literally responded to Indy about like 30 to 40 days ago when he said like, oh wow, it's so weird to see the hiragana version of this and it takes a bit. And I'm like, all right, this is what I'm trying to avoid. So I like that Duolingo is like engraving the hiragana before introducing the kanji, so that I don't end up with the exact same situation that pretty much Lotus demonstrated, where I'm like, I don't understand what that word is anymore because it has hiragana in it. Like that predicate has all hiragana. That's a little weird. Like nomimasu. Wait. Okay. Nah, it would take me a while to pick up nomimasu now too. Nomimasu is the second batch of predicates to get kanji. What can you do?
今何時ですか
Ima. Oh, okay. Ima nanji desu ka? Now I can never unsee. I'm forever. I've already stopped thinking of Ima as. Yeah, that just looks weird. Oh, don't get me started on non. Any non things when they accidentally drop this, like this kanji, and write, it's so hard to even remember. Yeah, when I see this, I'm so confused. I'm like really confused. Like, wait a minute. Is this a particle? Okay, anyways. Sorry. I'll focus now. Oh, and you know what's funny about this phrase? They went back. This is how Ima was introduced. And Nani. This is how Ima and Nani, like the way this way. The very first prompt that I learned from like 70, it's been over 70 days ago. And to put it into perspective, it's been over 700 hours ago ish. Oh, not that much. Yeah, we're gonna say 500 conservatively. And I wrote 500. Great. Now my English is gone. Like, it's been over 500 hours since I've seen this phrase, but it was entirely in hiragana. And now here we are. It took 88 days and over 600 hours total, right? Well, I guess from that point to this point, we finally got it. We finally got to the point where we can say, we can look at this and be like, yeah, I get it. Sorry, I'm getting a little like old person now. I'm doing a little oldness. So what time is it now? Wow. If something doesn't make me feel like I've come a long way, it's honestly how Duolingo transitions kanji from hiragana. Like, it's almost bittersweet because I know now that I'm going to forget the hiragana unless I actively try to do both at once. Maybe that's what I should do. So when I'm seeing ima, maybe I should be visualizing the hiragana when I say ima, like the furigana, right? Although I could turn on the furigana, I suppose. Does it even work? Oh, hey, it works now. What the heck? I could turn on the furigana to remind myself what that looks like. Oh my gosh, that looks so weird. Oh, just so you know, I don't think I've had the furigana on for very long. I think most people were like, oh yeah, you shouldn't use the nomaji. And I think after day 7, once I learned all the kana, at least the hiragana, in the first 2 weeks, I basically just turned it off. After that, I think I went for like another few days, but we didn't learn a lot of kanji in that few days. And then I basically just turned it off and gotten so used to this. So anyways, just a little history lesson. Oh, they're going back to some old things. What the heck is this? Aramu. Oh my gosh. Aramu. Yeah, aramu. Okay. Aramu. Sure. Smartphone alarm, huh? And sumaho was, oh, I sometimes do lessons without audio. Furigana is super useful in that situation. Oh, yeah. That's a great point. That is not the word for alarm. I will not accept this duo revisionism. What is the alarm thing? Alarm is... Okay, now... Oh, I recognize all the radicals, but now I need the furigana. Now I need... Mezameshi. Interesting. Mezameshi. Or is it mezameshi? Mezameshi? There are so many ways that... do you think Duo will... Does Duo not introduce the old word for alarm? Or not the old word, but the hiragana word for alarm? I don't know how to describe it, but yeah. Learned this word from Satori readers. I don't know. Ah, okay. Yeah, I recognize the radicals though, so yeah. And then this is, you have the gakusei, the daigaku top radical. Then you basically have mimasu. ironically. You know, speaking of the radical, right? Yeah. It's the mimas radical, or mimas kanji, really, as a complete radical. Right underneath the crown. That's to wake up. Oh, interesting. So if you take this, you have wake up. Ah, the predicate for wake up. And then this is I. Oh yeah, that's right. That's why this looks so familiar. I did get I, me. Oh, that makes so much sense. Me. Oh. Yeah. And we did get I, but we didn't get the kanji for me. Yeah. However, me, I already knew because of other things. But yeah. So, that makes... Okay. How does this radical work? Oh, Oh. Honestly, I kind of get it. Okay. Neat. Okay, well, I'm gonna say Aramu regardless, Lotus. I'm sorry that you're gonna have to get triggered, but it is the word for alarm, so if you get triggered by any word, Aramu would definitely be incredibly poetic to get triggered by, right? So what was it? It was mereza mezameshi. Mezameshi. I gotta hear this. Hold up. Give me a sec. Oh, wait. Yes. Wait. Am I being in pep? No, I'm not being in pep. One second. I need a sample. Alright, we'll just see what Google Translate does.
目覚めし
Mezameshi. Okay. So, mezameshi. Okay.
目覚めし
Yeah, mezameshi. Okay. Fair enough. It's fairly close. Okay. Google Translate. I feel that sounds reasonable. I'm trying to develop an intuition for what sounds reasonable. Mezameshi sounds pretty reasonable. Okay. What do we have here? Ono smaho no aramu. Aramu wa... Now I can't help but laugh every time I say aramu. Aramu wa hontoni wa oh, urusai. I mean urusai works technically, but tanoshi. Okay. Yume. Wait, do I not have the... Oh, I don't have the kanji for yume. I don't. And Suzushi. Travels and fun. Sending my support to your channel by watching a video from the USA. Hello there, GC. Hello from the United States too. I'm an East Coaster. Hello. Oh, Yume? Oh, okay. I think someone has typed Yume once in kanji to me. It looks familiar, but then again, it's because the kanji is made up of all radicals that I know now. But Yume's entire radical structure is like all the radicals in Yume I know. So, whoops. That's what makes things look familiar, right? Whoops. And then so like yeah, this, yeah. Yeah, all of them, it's composed of all radicals I already know. Interesting. Oh, buenas noches. Yeah. Oh, wait. So you're from the US and you said buenas noches. It's 9 p.m. on the East Coast. Interesting. I'm trying to like narrow down your time zone. I was gonna say ¿Cómo estás? But thanks. Urusai. I'm drawing a. I'm trying to remember where Suzushi. Why Suzushi is so familiar to me. Oh, it's because I had a conversation with someone. Oh, it was XD. XD brought up Suzushi. Or yeah, this is cool. And then we were talking about warm, like warm versus hot, and cool versus cold. Yeah, Suzushi. Oh, I totally forgot I actually did get this in Duolingo. Wow, it's been so long since they used this word. Okay. Alright. Okay, urusai works. Sure.
はい、今起きます。
はい、今起きます。Oh. I'm going to get up. Yeah, okimas and neimas has wait, is it neimas? Yeah, neimas has been eluding us for a while now. I'm going to get up now. Short. Blanket? Blanket? Yeah, I don't have the word for blanket, huh? No, I do not.
スマホのアラームですか？
スマホのアラーム。アラームは Excuse me?
スマホのアラームですか？
Oh.
はですか？
Is it the smartphone alarm?
スマホのアラームですか？
I'm trying to contextualize this. And when would I say, is this a smartphone alarm? Alright. I can, yeah. Oh.
じゃないです。
No, that's fair. That's fair. Cause like,
です。じゃないです。
in a conversation, a lot of times, this does come up, actually. This does come up naturally in a conversation. When you say, if it is or isn't the smartphone alarm. Actually, yeah. Yeah.
すみません。今何時ですか？
Yep. すみません。今何時ですか? You know what I like? You know what's something that I do feel is okay here, even though we went from. I think this is a great break, because yesterday's unit I struggled a lot with output, as in. Sometimes when I hit something like this wasn't from yesterday, but like dekake, right? Dekakemasu or dekakemasen, dekakemasho, like to hang out, right? Yesterday's was katazukeru, right? Katazukeru. That caused like physical strain. Like my voice was straining quite a lot, so it's kind of nice to when they introduce in word that has been occurring a lot and then integrating it to older phrases, it's kind of very relaxing. So sumimasen, ima nanji desu ka? Right, nanji Nanji desu ka? That's kind of nice. And sometimes I say none, so excuse me, my English comes through from occasionally where it's not nanji, nanji desu ka. It ends up becoming like nanji desu ka, and that's occasion. I can hear it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. When I'm very lazy and trying to relax, it happens. I think is way wider than and requires a little bit of a less effort. Let's see. What time is it now? Okay. Wow. I can't. This brings back so much nostalgia. This is kind of like a New Game Plus situation. Oh yeah, that's what this feels like. This feels like a New Game Plus situation, or like in a roguelike game when suddenly you like finished it for the first time. You know, you beat the end boss for the first time, and then now you go back and you're like, the game has changed, and then you know they add something and they modify it, but the actual boss properties will get swapped up. But the completion of the game, you reach the end of the process, but now you're bootstrapping back. Oh, this is what this feels like right now. We're back to the beginning. The like sumimasen, ima nanji desu ka is like way back in the beginning, like holy back in the beginning. Oh hey, okitaku nai desu. Okitaku nai desu. Oh, interesting. Huh. This is so interpreted, but interesting. Oh, so interesting. There's like several layers of skipped grammar points here as well. Wow, this is different. So, hold up. Okay. Okay. It's intransitive, sure. They took. Interesting. Interesting. I don't want to get up. Yeah. I mean, it's intransitive. It's intransitive, so it is a state change. Okidu, right? Okidu. I'll have to look this up too. So okitakunai desu. Okitakunai desu. This is definitely different though. So this going from the predicate, this is they didn't highlight this and it's in the same color. Going from the predicate and showing an example of negation, right? Showing not negation. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. Negation combined with negation, like this way of negation. That's definitely different. Yeah, it's different from everything before this. So this is technically a grammar point, and I don't know if I have enough information to understand, but this is a grammar point. Grammar point that is not clear to me right now. Before this, all negations were done with e adjectives. You won't say too much, Lotus. Don't make me lock you in the storage and then like double lock it and never let you out ever again. Yeah, but this is new. So what I notice now is this is definitely not in the same route. So we'll see. We'll see. My guess, if I had to guess, no, I'm not gonna guess. I don't have enough information. Nope. I tried to guess, but I need to confirm it. All right. Yeah, so this is different. This is a big leap. There's two different leaps from that last prompt and this prompt. But I get what the expression is. Like I kind of already understood what it's trying to say, right? Do I know how to? I don't, but I don't think I need to at the moment. That's the whole point, right? I don't need to know at the moment. I can interpret it already. So for now, do I know how to conjugate e adjectives to negative? Yes, I do. Because of Duolingo. Because of the implicit nature of it. But that I don't know how to do yet. This very specific thing I don't know how to do yet. But that is the very first instance of it. So we'll see. We'll see. Mada. Okay, so they're highlighting this is probably because there's a definition swap again.
Mada.
Yeah, Mada. Yet. So it's a swap from still to yet. Okay. Mada. Okay. Mada. Hachichi. Hachichi. Yanai desu. Sorry. I still haven't really truly understand this phrasing as well yet, and I'm trying to check if there's any implicit patterns that I can use since before. No, still not really. So mada hachichi janai desu. Janai desu.
Mada 8時じゃないです。
Janai desu. Okay, let's see. Oh gosh, conjugation. It's not. Oh my gosh, heckin' contraction. Sorry, I said conjugations. Contraction. It's the negative of des. I know it's the negative of des. Yeah, or da. Yeah, jiao. I know. I know what it is. I know what it is. This is unit. This is section 1. This is section 1. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the origins of the different components. Like ja, nai, and des. But yes, altogether it is the negative of des. Yes, it's not des. It's not des. Basically, not literally. It's not des. It's still des, but it's not. It's not des. It's not 8 o'clock yet. Sure. Okay, chizu. Oh man, they really like chizu.
チーズ
Chizu. Namui.
眠い
Nemui. Oops. Nemui. I'm not gonna talk about that. Nemui. Okay, let's see. 3月 3月
4
4
月
月
車
車
まだ起きたくないですまだ
まだ起きないです。お高くない。No, 起きたくないです。
起きたくないですまだ起きたくないです
Yeah. まだ Oh man. I spoke too soon about being vocally relaxed for this half day. Mada okitaku nai desu. Okitaku nai desu. Okitaku nai desu. Mada okitaku nai desu.
まだ起きたくないです。
Okay. Don't want to get up yet. That sounds right. Okay. It's not 7:30 yet. It's a great way to bootstrap. Janai desu. Janai desu. It's a great way to bootstrap that. It's been a while. We're sounding like Americans now, ironically. Or is that ironic? Nah, it's coincidental. I mean, for some people it might sound ironic. But now we're really feeling... now I'm starting to feel like American. This is American idiom right here. Kai, it's not 7:30 yet. As opposed to, Kai, it's almost 7:30. There's a difference between it's not 7:30 yet versus it's almost 7:30. Or it's far from 7:30. So on the one hand, it's affirmative. This is the negation. And Americans use negation all the time. Like, I would say, statistically, they have an over 50% chance of using the negation over the affirmative in sentences as a way to emphasize all the time. By all the time, I mean 70% of the time, I suppose. Oh, hey, hello there, I9. What's up? Yo. Like, oh, what's a great one? That's not impossible. Randomly stopping by, I see. Like, people that said, like, oh, that's not impossible. Are you saying it's possible, or are you saying that's not impossible? And they're like, no, I'm saying that's not impossible. Okay, so it's possible. Like, no, it's not impossible. It's like, all right, I suppose. For random question, has anyone ever compared you to pirate software? I don't have enough influence for that, but I can see the similarities. I'm familiar with his I like pirate software. I like Thor. Thor has a personality, and his approach to bootstrapping what he loves, we take similar approaches. And we like do squigglies and diagrams, and he does like pragmatic business approaches while contrasting like psychological well-being with like motivational speaking while doing a task that he loves, which is making video games. So yeah. Yeah, it's definitely crossed my mind a couple of times. He showed up on my algorithm one day because most of the videos I watch deal with these things. There are quite a lot of people out there, but yes, pirate software. Thor is probably easily the most viral. And if you're into video game design and you enjoy this type of more relaxed and trying to be incredibly encouraging but also realistic take on motivational, psychology, yeah, I would definitely highly recommend pirate software. Not that the guy needs any more notoriety, but he knows how to handle his words, and he doesn't sound as pedantic as I do, so he's got that going for him too. I think that's a bonus because he speaks with a sense of down-to-earth vocabulary that I do not mirror very often. I think where it falls off the rails is because I become progressively more esoteric as I get too enthusiastic, but he has more restraint. I feel like he's a bit more hinged when it comes to trying to stay composed with like how verbose one may get so he's very down to earth. I think that is most definitely why he has a far higher consistency in influential poll, because I start to sound like a running thesaurus after a while when I get too invested in the topic. And I think that might be a thing you either accept or not, because yeah, my eccentricities kind of go off the rails very quickly. Are you telling me it's flammable or inflammable? Exactly. I'm not saying that, right? I swear I've heard this before. I've literally, and I really do mean literally, someone has said, I'm not saying that. I'm like, so are you saying that? It's like, no, I'm not saying that. It's kind of one of those things like, oh, I get it. Also, for any poor English learner out there, that doesn't make any sense. It's like explaining what's the difference between not saying that, not saying, versus saying. And then how's that different from not saying? Like things like this, the double negation and double negatives. Ooh, that's not, I sometimes I don't understand. I don't understand what people are saying sometimes, but this one occasionally. So it's the act of not saying it is the important part. So they're not like not saying it. But then again, I'm like, does that just mean you're saying it? I'm like, no, it's not the same. And I'm like, I guess I kind of get it. I don't know. Like, so are you saying you're not saying it? And they're like, yes. I'm like, but you're not saying it. Doesn't that mean you're not saying, which makes you're saying? It's like, no. And I'm like, all right, I don't know. English has become too complicated for me. I honestly, you might be thinking I'm making a big deal out of nothing, right? This is the comment I get a lot, but this is something. It occurs so often, like so far more often than I would like to admit. When someone says like, oh yeah, I don't mind you not understanding. So then it's okay. I don't mind you not understanding. Like, so it's okay to misunderstand. That's what I'm hearing in my head. It's okay to misunderstand. I don't mind you not understanding. So this is completely, this is largely end up being more in the affirmative, right? It's okay to misunderstand. So like, you know, oh yeah, I wanted half day, right. We got to keep on task, but really think about it. Oh, I earnestly hope this doesn't come up in Japanese. I actually think, okay, let's relate it back to Japanese. I earnestly think because of the way the Japanese language is still largely monocultural, I don't think you have to deal with these ambiguities, like these very startling stylistic choices. I mean, I might be completely talking way too prematurely, but I don't think they do things like this where you inherently deliberately make it so, because we still got, like, for example, how does Duo do this? So totemo, right? totemo and amari. Right? So far, I know I don't understand the full picture, but the idea of why I wrote very and very is because this. So, totemo and amari, right? Right, this kind of thing. But the thing is, then you have like a negative predicate, but then you have an affirming predicate, right? So this comes up a bit later when I read a few grammar points for future sake, out of curiosity, where like if the tone of a sentence is going positive, you usually align positive and you don't flip all of a sudden. But in English, I don't know anymore. I really don't understand anymore. It's upside down, inside out, and right side up, however you go about it. And it creates a lot of misunderstanding in flow of the sentences and the sentiments. So it ends up me asking a billion questions like, so are you happy about this? Like, well, I'm not okay with it. However, I'll deal with it. So you're upset, like that's a bad thing. Like, well, it's not so bad, but it's definitely not good. My mind just explodes. I'm like, okay, so that's it. It's not good. It's not good. What you're describing to me is not good, right? I'm like, they're like, well, no, it's not good enough to be bad, but it's definitely not good enough to be good. I'm like, okay, well, all right, I'm just gonna put you down on a scale of 1 to 10. You're around a 3. Your statement you just made is around a 3, and not 10 being good and 1 being bad. So you're around a 3. This is very important, guys, because I actually think Japanese takes this into account too. Like when you're expressing degrees of things, it's a little, I feel like it's almost elegantly simplified. Like what I mean is there's some elegance to the way Japanese is holding together their way of expression, although granted it's a very muted expression, right? It's a very muted expression, which keeps it very consistent. But in English, when I talk about when people say they understand English really well, or they command English really well, even for those like individuals who have acquired English as a second language, their diction and their speech and like typing patterns don't illustrate, in my opinion, a cohesive command of the English language. You can most definitely converse. Nothing is stopping you from doing that. English is bottom line. You don't require heavy comprehension. However, for example, like what makes pirate software, what makes Thor, I'm not going to refer to myself because I can't be an accurate critic for myself, but what makes Thor, when I listen to him and how he frames his sentences and his word choices, it ultimately, he could say something incredibly controversial, but at the same time elicit a motivational and encouraging form of feeling. And that's often intuited by English speakers and acquired English speakers as well. However, when those individuals go to communicate, it's not the same effect. And that is what I mean ultimately by, yeah, sure, English, lots of people can pick up English, but to be an effective English speaker and a communicator, not for like hobbies and bottom line pragmatism, to be an effective public speaker and a communicator or teacher using English language, it can be very advantageous to type very positively while being really critical about something. So you can sound like you really critical about a review, but at the same time you're not sounding like an emotional vendetta against the thing. And that deals with English diction, but I rarely ever see that, except for those who become viral. When you look at things that become viral, there's a very classical pattern that I think many English speakers intuit, and secondary English people intuit. Like, wow, this guy just seems like he's so smooth and calm. Like, I could just listen to him talk for days. But what is it about it? I mean, I get it. His voice is lower. Maybe his cadence is changing. Maybe it's the pitch and the amount of emphasis. It's also the choices that you make in your English diction. How do you sound more intellectually sophisticated, right? How do you sound more pompous? I mean, I do that unintentionally all the time, and I think my English is above average, but I still come off as pompous and arrogant a lot of times, right? And that's coming with the awareness that my verbosity increases as I'm digressing even further and not helping with my half day. All right, back to focusing on task. Thanks, Lotus. Thanks that the great thing about Twitch chat is if no one types anything, I keep looking over at Twitch chat and all it is Lotus constantly forever reminding me, you wanted a half day. Okay. All right. Is this the first lesson? Are we still on the first Oh no, I think we're still on the first lesson.
Hi, San.
Okay, we're getting back on track.
7時
Shiji, oh my gosh. Oh, and oh man, Chi and G next to each other. Chi and G next to each other, man. It just wrecks me.
半
Han.
まだです
Wait.
ですじゃないです
Oh, and they separated it now. Because now we have to know it's not des. Or negation des. Fair enough. At the very beginning when they introduced janai des way early, it has to be grouped together because it's like, what is that? What are the parts? You could hear the des, but I was like, okay. Kai-san, mada, yeah, Kai-san, mada, 7時 7時半じゃないです I think, yes. Okay. I don't want to get up. I don't want to. Oh wait, do I know how to say grow up? I kind of do, right? Doesn't the last unit's naru work? I could say, I can almost say I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Wait, can I say it? Hold on, wait. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. So, yes, I can express this if Naru works, right? From last unit. I guess I will just katakana this, right? And the closest thing I have to kid is child. As in like child tickets from the theme park unit. Right? Yeah, like the admissions fee. Oh, but it's probably not that word, right? I'll think about it later. I've been listening to jingles for a while now, and it's kind of fun. I was gonna try to like use jingles to remember regular use phrases. What was this? Get up. So they used okitaku takunai desu, right?
です。
Okitakunai desu. Okitakunai desu.
起きたくない。
Yeah. Okitakunai. Okitakunai desu. Okay. I finished my first lesson of the day. It only took 2 hours.
暖房のリモコン
Danbo. Oh, hey, they brought back Danbo from last unit. Oh, no, 2 units ago. Because now every... Danbo, oh, what? Oh, hey, it's the second one with Mo in katakana. It's the second katakana word with Mo in it. Remocon is remote. Oh. Oh, interesting.
暖房のリモコン
Remocon. Remote something.
リモコン
Oh, as in controller. Okay, remocon.
暖房のリモコン
Remocon. So, wait. Oh, they're going with the 4 remote for the smartphone? Alright, fair enough. How about telling someone to grow up? Oh, what's... I think the guys could help me out. I don't have the command form yet, the imperative form. The command form, but you could turn naru, conjugate the naru into command form, maybe. That sounds kind of rude, but... flashbang! I'll just skip that and say... Nare? No, not... nate kudasai? Nate kudasai sounds kind of okay. It's a bit polite. I don't know. Nate kudasai. Kudasai sounds... It's like saying, please grow up. Humbly and respectfully, please grow up. I don't know if I've ever grown. I think I'm de-aging over time. My mental age has shrunk. I'm going to tell you now. If you met me over 17 years ago, I would sound like a 60-year-old guy who's ready to retire and thinking that have the next 10 years planned to make millions of dollars and then retire early and then start a family and etc. 20 years ago. Like I stopped. I really did not enjoy life when I was my early years. It's a very classic cliche second gen story. You grow up, you hit the ground running because your parents popped you out, and your parents been working day and night to keep food on the table and give you all the privileges possible. They work 13 hours a day every single day of your adolescent life, and after 18 years you leave the nest and you're responsible for cramming like 30 years of career and getting super started within the next 7 years out of the nest, and by age 25 you're ready to be a very handsome suitor for an eligible, you'll become a very eligible bachelor because you worked really hard. Then you start a family immediately after that, right? And the rest is history. Yeah, that was my operating perspective before I hit 30. Before I hit 30. And you know what, reasonably I think 60% of that came true for my family, and now my parents are more focusing on the other 40%. Today's Mother's Day, but it's still Mother's Day where I am. American Mother's Day. So today's American's Mother's Day, and you bet your pretty pennies or whatever type of currency you're using that we had a discussion about my lack of a personal relationship. Yeah, it's not just felt in Korea or Japanese or Chinese. the culture, the Chinese culture, the Japanese culture, and the Korean culture, the Asian culture, a lot of times, especially in those three countries, they ripple still in wherever they go. Like diaspora from those countries, that's it still weighs and conditions yourself to be that the same in the end. So do I want one? I don't know. I think I want one for pragmatic sake. So it would be very difficult to even find a relationship built on mutual pragmatism, right? That's kind of what's facing Chinese culture, Korean culture, and Japanese culture. People want companionship grounded in pragmatism, as opposed to dealing with the consequences of taking chances on the subjective. So what I mean by that is, Maku is our mother, so we understand. So what I mean is, here's a deep cut about the Asian culture. It's highly steeped in pragmatism, and it's super charged by the face culture. So the thing that keeps me from doing things are also the things that give me an advantage in other things. So for example, entering a relationship is a contract. That means that I must be able to fulfill my respects subjectively, but at the same time, the pragmatic cost of everything causes a person like me who meets another person like me, right? Not like my clone or something, but if we are of like minds, we would rationally end up coming to a similar conclusion where we seek mutual companionship, but at the same time, it wouldn't be a companionship that elicits the necessary relationship status that leads to developing a family. You found the contracts are more flexible than I once thought. Lots of things are possible. I agree. Like, I want to believe that. Truly I want to believe that. Lotus, I am trying to embrace a more romantic approach. I mean, I talked about how life is a journey already. I can tell you now, all the things I say in the last 88 days of learning Duolingo was a product of things that happened 7 years ago. It was like 30 years in the making in my life. So yes, I can definitely it still feels familiar when I see impressionable people, especially language learners, by the way, and they expound upon all of these like ambition, pragmatism, inward focus. All that stuff leads to a life in which later on you will find that those skills will no longer exist for something that we're talking about now, which is the idea of being more flexible in interpersonal contracts, right? And that's such a the way I'm even saying like interpersonal contracts sound so void of romance. So that's kind of what it's easier to pick out younger people at an earlier stage that will inevitably come to that same, like, I'm not trying to paint like a doom and gloom thing. There's lots of pros and cons to the setup, but I'm in my position now because I'm slowly embracing a more romanticized vision of a lifestyle. So I'm becoming increasingly flexible in the one day that I hope that I can participate in someone who also is open to that. If I were, there's a reason why I'm alone, right? Because I truly believe when you are a person who projects a certain thing, you're naturally going to attract that same thing. Well, if you're a person who's completely goal focused on your own progress and developing a career on yourself, you are likely to project that. So people around you will be like that too. So the natural inclination to enter a interpersonal contract would be statistically low. One of the people have to make that forward contract proposition. So in the last couple years, I have been trying to reform, sort of like slowly reform and find an act of self-discovery to be a little bit more flexible. That is such a dry, politically correct, I don't know, it sounds very unadulterated, but I'm fairly more romantic than I was 10 years ago. I was as exciting as paint drying when I was younger. If you wanted something done, that's priority. I'll get it done. Like, honestly, the realities are somewhat unromantic, and it seems like you thought it through. Yeah, so I do want to start a family. I will try very hard. I couldn't even end with saying I will start a family. I will try. I will continue to try very hard in the future, right? I do believe that life is a gift, and also raising life of your own is another gift, right? So, and another privilege, right? So I do want to participate in that privilege at some point. If there's anything I can say about learning Duolingo, I'm learning a lot of things that I'm sure that not so little guy or girl or what have you in my family will encounter in the future. So I could say that whatever I'm investing now will help me invest in the future of the next generation. And I do want to be part of that moment. That's just a slight thing on the side. I don't think I talk about this too often. People aren't very curious about that, but yes, when someone asks me, do I have a significant other? The answer is no. It's not from the lack of trying. Or no, it's not from the failure of trying. It's from the lack of trying because of a hyper objective lifestyle. Hey, thanks, Mayor. Hello from Brazil. Hello from the United States. Hello. Yeah. So, here's another deep cut. Many people like me have found partners in the most unexpected places, right? And even then, though, they almost all of them unanimously decide not to have children. And I've become romantic to the sense that I would love to raise a child, if not 2 children of my own. So that would have not even been a consideration when I was 20. It's so, that person that I remember back, if I could record myself, like, if social media and stuff existed, if I looked at myself 20 years ago, that is like a robot. That dude was a robot. Like, got job done. Like, you crank out so many skills, you crank out like things just get cranked out. But it was completely muted. It was void of any like life. Like, slowly life became grayer and grayer until a breaking point. And I don't want that, in my opinion, for many people that I encounter online. Generally, I'm not so, sometimes I am not so subtle in pushing people towards understanding that you're still a human and you need to make sure your life is colorful, because the internet doesn't show you how to make life colorful. It only tells you how to rob it of all the life, right? This is how you do this right. So the moment you look at yourself and you do something wrong, then your life becomes less and less colorful, right? And not to sound too romantic, but that's probably the romantic side left in a lot of interpersonal relationships. It's the unexpected. It's the mundane, the consistency that ebbs and flows that breathes color into your life, not the rights and wrongs and the hyper optimized lifestyles that you use to pursue things like skills and academics, right? And I'm trying not to fall back into that. Yeah, it is a big deep cut, but honestly, I don't think I have anyone else to blame but myself for being alone, with a few caveats. And I'm saying it with a smile because I at least can see that. So if I can see something, I'm certainly am not too insecure about being able to make reform, changes for that. Relatable? Oh, I see, Mayor. Well, I do hope everyone finds companionship at some point, in any shape or form. Right? Loving families, loving friends, significant other. That's kind of the thing, right? That's a life's privilege. Gotta aim for that, in my opinion. I would say that almost sounds blasphemous to someone who's like 20 at this point, where they would say, nah, let's not start investing in skills with this stuff. I'll worry about it in another 10 years, or maybe another 20 years. Or if you live in Korea, Japan, or Chinese, forever. That sounds like an exaggeration, but it really isn't. Right? Especially Korea. I don't know how they're circumventing it. We had to talk about it yesterday, about hopefully that human does what humans do and they will persevere. And Korea, Japan, we know less about China because of censorship and whatnot, or like filters, government filters, but it's pretty a stark contrast in Korea and Japan compared to other places. Yeah, remote for the smartphone, not remote control for the smartphone. Danbo and coal, right? It's heater.
暖房
I put smartphone, it's heat. Oh, okay, all right. We gotta focus. We can't do that. I even. All right. We gotta focus now. Atsui.
暑い
Okay, atsui desu. What do we got? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I got so caught up in hoping all of you little goobers out there doing well. Aircon no remote wa dou desu ka? Doko desu ka? Yeah. What else we got? Kawaii. Shizuka. Okay. And Ninki. Popular, quiet, and scary. Right.
とても寒いですね。暖房のリモコンはどこですか？
Okay. I'm gonna save my voice a little bit. It's what they're saying is it's very cold, isn't it? Where's the heater remote? Or where's the remote for the heater? That's a great interpretive phrasing, really, because how often do people say where's the heater remote versus where's the remote for the heater? Yeah, I'm likely to say remote for the heater. Came up more often. Not that I have remotes anymore. I actually do have a remote. See, this is my remote. This is my remote for my air purifier. I have really terrible allergies, so you gotta at least keep a localized air purifier. It's only used when I'm sleeping, because if you lie down, you don't aspirate very well. So when you get up, you're like a mess if you have allergies. For all those allergy sufferers out there, I'm sure that type of experience can be very relatable. When you start lying down, your like breathing and stuff starts to slow down. But the downside about breathing slowing down is it starts collecting, and then you just wake up with an insane drainage if you have allergy problems. And it takes like the first 30 minutes of your day every day to start like aspirating again, so that get all that drainage out. Sorry for the vivid imagery. Okay, so where is the remote? Wait. 机の左です。上。Gotta dig. Oh, yes, desk. It's to the left. It's to the left of the desk. I'm also learning Japanese, but I have just started. I guess that's why my YouTube algorithm recommended your channel. A nice recommend. Oh, well, welcome. How are you with English, by the way? Since you're from Brazil, I'm sure you're multilingual, right? I imagine Brazilian, Portuguese, and Brazilian as well, along with English. Possibly even Spanish, maybe. And then you have an interest in Japanese. Welcome to... Were you watching Japanese things? I'm so fascinated by YouTube algorithm. I actually haven't started. I've only started 88 days ago. I'm so fascinated by people. This is different experience for me, by the way. I've been streaming and making content for over 5 years now. So this is the first time I've had you and maybe 6 or 7 other people came by and said like, oh, hey, I found you on YouTube. That's such a fascinating experience. Today, coincidentally, is day 200 since the first day I streamed on YouTube. So it's such a different feeling. It's kind of a nice feeling. I wasn't really expecting it, but YouTube algorithm spitting out for people who are just starting. That's interesting. I'm a terrible teacher right now, just so you know. I'm this YouTube series is meant for showing what it's like to learn Japanese using Duolingo, but not show how to learn Japanese using Duolingo per se. Whatever other people extract from it, I'd be interested in what people think about, like, did it even do anything? I'm recording myself learning Japanese, so hopefully I hope it's not misleading. Yeah, your English is not so advanced, but I can get by. Fair enough. Most Brazilians actually only speak Portuguese. Oh, okay. So I was kind of wondering if they had a tertiary language outside of English and Brazilian Portuguese, right? Portuguese. Oh, and is there a local dialect? I wasn't sure if I don't know enough about Brazil, but is there a localized dialect of Portuguese? Because oftentimes I always hear, I'm a little bit careful because I can't tell the difference, but I was under the impression that there's a heavier local dialect that is often among the various Brazilian groups. So it's not necessarily the same as Portuguese per se. But I've met many people here who enjoy learning languages. Very nice. I can agree with that. I've met lots of people who enjoy learning languages. Almost to a fault, actually. It's to the point where it could be daunting talking to people who really, really super enjoy learning language, like the hardcores, as for most things, right? So, I am, how should I say this? I am pretty hardcore as well, but I'm a hardcore casual, if that makes any sense. Yeah, English is not confusing already, but I emphasize de-escalating, how sometimes being too extreme can hurt one's progress. I'm daunting to talk. Lotus, whoa, I just had deja vu. I just had some magic deja vu. Did we have this discussion before, Lotus? Where I kind of implied you indirectly. No, I'm just kidding. The reason why I'm just to give you a quick note, the reason why it took me 88 days to get to this point is probably not because I'm super passionate about learning Japanese, but it's because I'm super passionate about learning in general. And most of the time I can do things for an incredibly long time because I've been through a life where you become so hardcore that you burn out. So most of the time, you can probably catch up to me in a matter of a month, I would say. But half the time I'm spending is to build social links and to make myself happy, as in enjoy doing this stuff. So hopefully I don't misrepresent people or like misdirect people thinking that you're going to learn instructions from me. Generally, I don't typically offer instructions. I like to use myself as an observational specimen. So maybe one day you get inspired off something and that'd be cool. I would love to hear one day in my most romantic setting of myself is that someone said, oh yeah, you know what? Just because I saw you doing this for 50 days in your own special way, I decided to develop my own special way to do it in 50 plus days and so on. That would be incredible. That would be probably the highest, most wholesome compliment I could ever imagine receiving. Indirectly, obviously. I don't know if we can call it a dialect, but we have, we have different accents in various different parts of Brazil. And they can vary a lot from Portuguese to Portugal. Okay. I wanted to clarify that because people were, I've met quite a few already who likes to call it Brazilian Portuguese because of the accental and potentially dialectal hardness, like nuance between Portugal Portuguese and Brazilian Portuguese. I've had the opportunity to meet a lot because I play a lot of video games on NA side. I'm from the United States. Sorry, I just want to emphasize that. So we have the same time zones, and oftentimes when you're playing multiplayer games, right, massive multiplayer games, I am more likely to encounter a Brazilian Portuguese speaker than a Portugal Portuguese speaker. And I'm all about the details, right? I wouldn't be learning Japanese otherwise, I suppose. I guess English and Spanish are the most spoken language here after Portuguese. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I guess at Portuguese, that's how I get myself into trouble all the time, Mayor. I guess at Portuguese because I read enough Spanish to be like, I'm so sorry, but this is, I'm so sorry I can't read Brazilian Portuguese, but I can guess what you're saying and then ask if they speak English, right? Or like if they're okay with using English, and that's kind of where it goes. I don't know any Portuguese, so but let's not even go there. But yes, I'm glad your English is fantastic, in my opinion. So, not advanced. I'm not sure about that, my friend. So, how are you learning Japanese, by the way? Mayor. Mayor. How are you learning Japanese? Obviously, I don't rest on the assumption that we would have similar approaches. I don't think there is anyone that I've met up to this point that have approached language learning the same way. Yeah, I haven't met anyone who's approached language learning the same way, which makes it both fun and incredibly daunting at the same time. If you're like Lotus, talking to Lotus, he's like a hardcore like bookworm. He's like the master of the universe, so sometimes it's really daunting to talk to him. Just kidding, Lotus. Sorry. You're the one that brought it up, okay? It's not my problem. It's your problem now. Okay, tsukue no hidari desu. Okay.
もっと寝たいです。
Motto netai desu. Oh, hey. The Thai form of sleep. Of naru. Netai desu, probably.
寝たいです。
Yeah, want to sleep. I want to sleep more.
もっと
Motto. By watching YouTube channels mostly, I also bought a course made by a Brazilian teacher. Oh, that's super neat. That the popularity, I'm sure you know, the popularity of Japanese in Brazil has gone to the point where there's Brazilian courses being made for Japanese. That's pretty sweet. Obviously, being American, you might be thinking default to English. That's fair enough. But did you know? I'm sure you did. But let's clear. Outside of Japan, one of the two biggest pockets of non-native Japanese speakers is the United States and Brazil. And I was told that I'm not. I don't want to like be too overzealous about this, but from what I gathered, I was told from experience, like my impressions is that Brazilians, your background, however you grow up in your linguistics and sound production, actually have a fairly clear advantage for Japanese. No pressure though, no pressure, but clear advantage over American English speakers. However, I'm also not, I also don't only speak American English. So I just happen to be in the minority, the 5%. And perhaps that's a big disclaimer for other people, right? So maybe. I hope your Japanese journey demonstrates how well your language participates in Japanese. I like learning other languages in the context of all the other languages that I know. That's how I keep myself incredibly enthusiastic and motivated. I don't know how you're approaching it. However, I think there's plenty of, even from my understanding, my outside understanding, there's plenty of fun overlaps, like in specific things between Brazilian Portuguese and Japanese, which at least that's what people tell me. When I watch a lot of interviews of people who acquire Japanese as a second language, and there are quite a handful of people who speak Portuguese and Spanish, but more so Portuguese. Coincidentally or not, I don't actually know how coincidental that is. A high five to the we can as a group, right? As a group, the United States contribute, as of like 2021, contributes like 0.1%, and Brazil also contributes approximately 0.1% to the non-native Japanese speakers. And then the rest, 99.9 is in Japan. However, the rest, like 0.09, is everyone else. Sorry, it's 99.8 or at 99 point, like it's a little bit lower. It's like 99.5, and then like the 0.4 is among everything else. But yeah, the vast majority of people are still in Japan. So interesting, right? I mean, Japanese culture is so widely influential now, yet there's something about the language. There's just something about the language, I can't wait till you get to katakana, when you start learning like borrowed words. I think that's such a thrilling, fun, and discomforting and disconcerting all at the same time, when you learn things like ice cream, and right, what did we got today? It was I'm gonna trigger Lotus. Aramu. Aramu. Yeah, I'm just a beginner, but I've been finding Japanese pretty easy to learn, easier than Portuguese. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Well, there you go. Actually, that's kind of the sentiment I heard from another interview, from coincidentally or not, from another interviewer. Yeah. What do I think about Japanese? I don't know if it's harder or easier, because my life, I am usually always in this state where I don't exactly know everything that I'm saying. So I'm constantly in the same state in which I'm not always certain how I'm expressing something in language. So I'm always in a constant state of learning a language. So rarely do I ever think something is hard or easy when it comes to language. The reason why I say this is, in the United States, most people stop actively learning English once they graduate from high school. However, because of my background, I've been actively learning English since day one. Largely because my parents don't really speak English either. I'm always in this state of thinking in two different languages. So I don't know if Japanese is hard or easier. It just is. I can do this all the time. Like, it's a natural state of always having two languages in your head, at least two languages in your head every single time. So instead of having that feeling when someone says, man, it's so exhausting to think, first you have to translate, then you have to switch the grammar structure. So I'm always doing that. It's every single day of my life. So it's kind of a weird perspective shift when I can't relate very well to the people who find swapping grammar and thinking about pronouncing things differently exhausting, if not fun and encouraging. Yeah, I usually think it's a very positive thing. And that makes me more motivated because you feel like you're improving. Excellent. Excellent. I would love to hear, as you're learning, specific words in Japanese or phrases in Japanese that you really, really enjoy. if you ever have time, you know, like I'm guessing we're in a similar time zone. So I always challenge someone who maybe, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or however long they got, stop by, tell me what a particular fun phrase or thing that they learned about whatever language they're doing. And if it's Japanese, maybe I know it or maybe I don't, and it would be a really fun way of celebrating the language while interacting with other language learners. I've done that for the last 88 days, and I honestly would not exchange any of my extra time that I would gain in exchange for those conversations. Those discussions will paint your entire experience, your legacy, if you will, of learning a language. And I think it's incredibly invaluable and priceless. Speaking of Japanese, do you watch anime? Because it would save a lot of explainer if you're an anime fan and you happen to watch the show Korean because it was all the rage in the last year, like couple months, and that is the message I'm trying to send to people about language learning. If you happen to watch anime, obviously I'm not presuming, well, I'm sort of strongly presuming, but not assuming that's the case. Korean it's a great swan song for the feeling that I want people to have. It's about the journey, the friends you make along the way, and the legacy you pass on through interacting with other people while learning. Legacy preserves the self, not self-indulgence and self-affirmation a lot of times. That affirmation can be paid back exponentially the more you invest forward in people around you while learning and enjoying your time with things like language learning, right? Okay. Sorry. Gotta go a little bit deep. I like to end with somewhat of a sentimental thing before I refocus. I think I've decided that I'm only going to do 5 lessons today. Okay, maybe not. Let's just find out. I've digressed so much. What the heck is this? It's just one thing. All right, what do we have? What are our choices? Skymaster. Oh, there it is. Tsukare. Tsukaremashita.
疲れました
Tsukaremashita. Oh, I guess they're really challenging, huh? Kakarimashita and magarimashita. Magarimashita is turn, to turn, or turned. Oh, wait. Maybe it's referring to an alternative meaning here. Honestly, I don't even know. Is there an alternative meaning to this? No. Or that would fit in here, no. I've watched some anime, yeah, but I wouldn't say you're an anime person. Okay, all right. I like to contextualize anime because the common cultural influence for alternative ways of engaging with the Japanese language. Other than that, classical film, right? Especially classical film, or the more modernized ones. But honestly, Japanese classical film is fantastic. Like Kurosawa films, right? Classical film. So what is behind your interest in Japanese? Yeah. I don't know what I was gonna say. I kind of lost my train of thought there. Now, what motivates you? So I'm tired. Moto netaimasu. Okay, and I want to sleep more. That's basically what this is saying.
今日はたくさん寝たいです。
What's my favorite local Japanese store? Regrettably, I don't have a local favorite. I don't have a local Japanese store, unfortunately. Yeah, there aren't any local Japanese, unfortunately. No. Yeah. However, if I were to like existentially, like abstractly try to reach for a local Japanese store, if I were to like supplant myself, it would probably be the most accessible around the clock. And this is probably like a cop-out thing, but if I can imagine myself in Japan for sake, my lifestyle is incredibly high functioning. So the one that will leave the most vivid a number of experiences on me would probably be like the local 7-Eleven or the Lawson. It would probably end up being a convenience store because of my excessively high functioning lifestyle. So, and we're talking about from more like an objective standpoint. How much exposure would I have? Probably something that's incredibly accessible around the clock. Hypothetically speaking. However, there aren't any local Japanese stores around where I currently live. Hopefully that answers your question. You're learning Japanese more because I admire their culture in general, the beauty of their nature, their traditional architecture, etc. Ah, I see. Well, you are definitely somewhat in the minority. And that's cool, because me too. You want to visit them sometime? Same here. I agree. I can resonate with your well-worded statements. Yeah. It's so eclectic. Japanese culture is it's a very eclectic consequence of long-term isolationism. Very, very unique. Not that not being unique is a bad thing or anything, but it certainly sticks out. Kyo wa takusan netaimasu. Netai desu. Interesting. Today I slept a lot. Okay, sure. Today I want to sleep a lot. Sleep a lot. Interesting. That's kind of a different way. Huh. That's a little bit different on how takusan is being used here from before. It's not really highlighted, but interesting. Today I want to sleep a lot. Alright.
大きいブランケット
Buranketto. Of course it's buranketto. Buranketto. Alright, that's a big blanket, alright. Buranketto.
ブランケット
Buranketto.
夕方まで寝たいです。
Yugata was from our last unit. Yugata made netaimasu. I want to sleep until the evening. Made?
まで。
Yes. I want to sleep until evening. can't relate. I can't really relate. I have such a horrible time sleeping. I can only relate when I'm incredibly mentally exhausted and physically exhausted. But generally, I sleep because my physical body is being a pep. You know, physical rest is ultimately why I prioritize sleep or schedule sleep.
家の外は寒いですか？
Soto. House is used differently. Ie no soto. Oh, it's using it as a position. Yeah, it's as a relative position as opposed to a like a destination before. Or like strictly a topic, I suppose. It's still part of the topic, but I see. Okay. So, 部屋の外は寒いですか? Okay. Question. Is it cold outside the house? Fair enough? Fair enough.
はい、部屋の外はもっと寒いです。
Okay.
はい、
Wait. Heya.
部屋
Heya
の
の
外
外はも
もっ
と
と
寒い
寒いです。
です。I think that's what I heard.
はい、部屋の外はもっと寒いです。
Yes, it is colder outside the room. Right? It is colder outside the room.
今、布団の外は寒いです。
And they use contractions all the time. When I'm reading something, I usually don't use contractions in English. So it's actually a bit of a struggle for me. Whenever I'm like saying it's, and I'm like, wait, where's is? Every time I like pull it's, I'm like, I say it's in my head, but I keep forgetting that it is it's, right? Okay. 今布団の What? 今布団の外は Wait. Okay. I get what that's saying, but that's okay. Okay. 今布団の外は寒いです. Sure. I guess. I guess that's the same as like saying being outside the bed is cold. Yeah. Sure. It's cold outside the futon now. Yeah. 今布団の外は寒いです。
ベッドから出たくないです。
Excuse me? ベッドからで Okay, sure. たくないです。Wait a minute. Wait.
出たくないです。
Oh, no. Okay.
出たくないです。
Oh, it's not that. Okay.
から
Okay.
出たくないです。
Yeah, からで
出たくないです。
です。
出
Right?
たくないです。から
Oh. Interesting. Oh, okay. Okay.
出たくないです。
And then it's 出たくないです。Okay. I don't want to get out of bed. That's also a little bit unrelatable. I hop out of bed very, very vigorously. Okay. ベッドからで、ベッドからでくないです。出たくないです。ベッドから出たくないです。Is it? Yes. I'm gonna have to review that later. We gotta see more examples. Because this is first exposure, and first exposure isn't enough. 3月. What was this again? ブランケット。ブランケット。ブランケット。
ブランケット。
ブランケット。ブランケット。Gotta say a couple of チーズ。眠い。7月。
すみません、今日は布団から出たくないです。
Yeah, so 出たくないです。出たくないです。
すみません。
布団 I heard 布
団は出たくないです。
No, that can't be.
は
It's probably like
からすみません、今日は布団から出たくないです。
Wait.
すみません、今日は布団から出たくないです。
Wait.
からすみません、今日は布団から出たくないです。
Yeah. Okay. すみません。今日は布団から布団から出たくないです。出たくないです。出たくないです。出たくないです。出たくないです。すみません。今日は布団から出たくないです。So, sorry. I don't want to. Today, I don't want to get out of the futon. Or I don't want to get out of the futon today. That's fair enough.
明日までベッドから出たくないです。
These are phrases that I'm kind of curious if I'm gonna hear when I'm watching slice of life anime because of people always refusing to get out of bed or out of the futon or start the day. Personally, I probably wouldn't use these phrases too often, but I would probably hear those phrases. I get out of bed pretty vigorously, actually. A lot of times, I gauge if I'm rested and I pop right out of bed. Ashita. And a lot of times people would say things like, oh yeah, but if it's in the winter season, it's so cold to get out. I do this thing where I take my remote on my air purifier. It also is a hot and cold remote. So when I know that it's going to be cold in the next day, I actually turn it on for a little bit, heat up the local area, and helps me get out of bed. So chop. Work around your situation. If it's too cold and it makes you want to stay in bed, warm up the local area and get out of bed. Chop. 明日までベッドから出たくないです。Okay. 明日 Wait, can I hear this?
明日までベッドから出たくないです。
Okay. 明日までベッドから出たくないです。Okay, sure. It's gonna take a bit. I don't want to get out of bed until tomorrow. It didn't dawn on me what the phrase was saying until I'm like, oh yeah, that is what that says. I sometimes I'm just like, yeah, okay. I mean, if you don't want to get out until tomorrow, that's fine.
まだベッドから出たくないです。
まだベッドから出たくないです。Mada, this part, oh, I see what they're doing. They're toggling between madas.
まだ
Yeah, they're toggling between mada usages. Interesting. So now I don't want to get out of bed yet. Okay, I see what you're doing, Duo. Fair enough.
暖房のリモコン
Oh, right. I don't want to talk about this. I was so distracted. I wrote remote for the smartphone. Danbo. Okay. Alright. It's fine. Let's get it. Wait, I'm pretty sure I had banana before. Oh, I had choco banana. Oh, this feels like chizu all over again. I'm getting cheesed. This doesn't count as a new word. Come on. The last unit they typically introduce like one food item each time, and they had to stick in at least one food item, right? I think the vast majority of units had some food item. They stuck chizu in the last unit, but we had like oh wait, do we have cheesecake? Oh, maybe we haven't gotten cheesecake. Chizu keiki? Ah, you know what? Maybe chizu was new, but definitely not banana. Choco banana was totally a theme park unit's vocabulary. So
Banana?
banana is not new technically.
バナナ
I'll show you a banana. Wait, that sounded really lewd. Sorry, kids.
バナナクレープ
Banana crepe. Okay, bringing back the crepe. Alright.
午前3時に寝ました。
Gozen sanji ni nemashita. Okay. Nice. I have slept. Alright, I slept at 3 a.m. Wait, I slept at 3. I have slept. Well, I guess if I was talking in the, I don't know. Do people have, present perfect? I don't know. I don't know if Japanese have present perfect. It was a little of it, but I don't think it's like in the Japanese language, but it can be interpreted as present perfect. I slept at 3 a.m. That works, right? Gozen sanji ni nemashita. Okay, sure. Yes. Oh, wow. That guy is... Dude, that guy is bullying right there. Nemashita. What are you doing? Do I even have couch? No. Anime. Chizu. Sofa? I don't think I have sofa. No.
ソファ
I don't have sofa. No way. This is a new word. No way. I'm confident I don't have sofa. No. Duolingo, don't even at me. Unless it's in the 5% that I don't remember. I don't have sofa. The heck with you. No sofa. But it's fine. Sofa de nemashita. Sure.
午前4時頃寝ました午前
午前
4時
4時
頃 午前4時頃寝ました。
寝ました。
寝ました。
Well, you know what? Here's a Goro again. You know, we were just talking about this yesterday, where like Goro faded, but and sure enough, when we're talking about time, they really like Goro. So, Gozen Yoji, Gozen Yoji Goro nemashita. Okay.
甘いものが食べたいです。
Amai mono. Wait. Oh, okay. Amai mono. Ooh, that's kind of weird looking. Amai mono ga tabetai desu. Wait, why is this new? Have I not had tabetai this before? Could have sworn they had tabetai. Like taberu in the Thai form. Okay. I want to eat sweet stuff. Sure. You go right ahead. Here's cupcake. Cupcake. Okay. What is that? What are you guys calling that? We have chocolate. Chocolate works if there's chocolate. Yes.
チョコレート
chocolate works. Chocolate が食べたいです。Yeah. 食べたいです。I don't think I've said that before. Like, produce 食べたいです。It sounds alien to my voice.
いちごのカップケーキが食べたいです。
いちごのカップケーキが食べたいです。Okay. I want to inhale the strawberry cupcakes. No. Strawberry cupcakes. I mean, you could technically put the in, but fair enough.
部屋でゆっくりしたいです。
部屋でゆっくりしたいです。Oh. Oh. Oh. Mm-hmm. I see. Wow. That works out, really. Huh. Yukuri shimasu was introduced like only once before, and it was about relaxing at a cafe. It was dealing with like vacationing. It was usually dealing with the hotels too, but so I want to relax in the room, sure, right? 部屋でゆっくりしたいです。ゆっくりしたいです。ゆっくりしたいです。Okay.
今日はうちでゆっくりしたいです。
Okay, really leaning on it.
今日は
where are we?
今日はうちでゆっくりしたいです。
At home, sure.
で、
今日はうちでゆっくりしたいです。ゆっくりしたいです。
ゆっくりしたいです。
12時までベッドでゆっくりしたいです。
Yeah, that's definitely leaning in while doing all the other extra vocabulary. 12時までベッドでゆっくりしたいです。I want to relax in bed until 12 o'clock. In the bed? Really? Okay, sure. Fair enough.
仕事に行きたくないです。
仕事に行きたい Iki tak. Whoa. Okay, I'm starting to get it. This is the second this is the second predicate into a negation like this. Interesting. And now I'm starting to wonder. Flashbanged. Okay. Okay, all right. 1 second. I really need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm brainstorming. I brainstormed while I emptied 300 mils. Okay, let me think about this. Shikoto ni. So yeah. Iki, interesting. Iki takunai desu. So much like the other one, I see. Uh-huh. So I mean, holds true still. So far both of them you took the stem. And then kunai. Much like you took the stem of the e adjectives too. Alright. Shikoto ni ikitakunai desu. Ikitakunai desu. Alright. I don't want to go to work. Duo, you're not supposed to teach these phrases to people. No, I'm just kidding. If there's anything that is poetic about this phrase is we already had a long discussion about, I guess, my foreigner's perspective on the Japanese work culture, but by extension I also am very familiar with incredibly heavy, pragmatic, dominant Asian work culture, Asian influence work culture, and I don't want to go to work. That is definitely a phrase that I'm all too not familiar with. Although, what I mean is from myself, like producing, but I am quite familiar with it through the exchange with others. 仕事に行きたくないです。行きたくないです。行きたくないです。
仕事に行きたくないです。
Yeah, 行きたくないです。行きたくないです。午前7時まで週くないです。Wait, 週くない no, no. 宿題I like 宿題宿題をしました Sure 宿題をしました It's hard to read broken 友達No, that's not it. とても okay, とても oh my god, dude. とても疲れました。Yeah, 疲れました。Something に行きたくないです。I don't want to go to what? To school?
学校
What do we have? Miso katsu. That's self-explanatory. Miso katsu. Good item. I guess you could call it a miso pork cutlet, but miso katsu. Donuts. Self-explanatory. And then kutsushita. It's a sock. I don't want to go to sock. I don't want to go to the sock. Okay. Okay. So let's see. We did school homework. We did homework until 7 a.m. Sheesh. Okay. We're very tired. I'm guessing 2 people were very tired. That guy kind of looks excited though. And then we don't want to go to school. I imagine you're speaking for both of them, but maybe it's I, sure. Often I like to use the collective we by default. I did homework until 7 a.m. I'm very tired. I don't want to go to school. Yep. Sounds about right using the word I instead.
ミーティングに行きたくないです。具合が悪いです。
ミーティングに行きたくないです。具合が悪いです。Ooh, that's not bad. That's not good. I don't want to go to the meeting. I'm feeling sick. So... はい。4年生です。Sorry. 大丈夫ですか? Yeah, okay. Sure. Are you okay? 大丈夫ですか? I don't want to go to class. I don't want to grow up. I'm a toy. Sorry. Okay. Jugyo, Jugyo, Jugyo,
授業
Jugyo
Ni.
ni go to class? Okay. Ikitakunai desu.
行きたくです。
Okay, sure. You don't want to go class, sure. I've heard that before. Pankeki. Wait, is that how that works? Oh yeah, pankeki, yeah. Banana. No, at all. Okay. Banana, pankeki. Pankeki ga tabetai desu? Sure, I guess they want to swap it up. Oh, that's interesting. Ga for the I see. Oh, it's the cons. Oh, I see why they went with ga there. Okay.
バナナ、パンケーキが
I actually not quite sure
食べたい
about
で
the
す。
no here over here, but okay. Yeah. Tabetai desu. And then now they're contrasting between the Thai form and ooh, and you can line them up too.
食べたくないです。
Oh, you can line them up. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. All right.
食べたくないです。
All right, Duolingo. I'm following you. I'm following along. Convenient. Okay.
寝坊しました。
Nebo shimashita. Wait, nebo.
寝坊しました。
Hold up. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, sure. I was kind of curious. What I'm looking at, obviously it's not on screen, is I was curious if this is obviously a suru thing, but I was curious what how it relates to the predicate to oversleep. It's kind of sort of, nah, it's not really that close. So yeah, nebo and then shimashita. Nebo shimashita. I overslept. To sleep, to oversleep. To do too much sleeping. To sleep too much. To do too much sleeping. Okay. Nebo shimashita. Nebo shimashita. Mo. Oh, what time is it? 7時. Okay, sure. 7時です.
7時。
7時です. Sure. We got 10分, 10 minutes. And 1000, 8,000, and 900, 900.
甲斐さん、寝坊しましたか？
Kai-san, 寝坊しましたか? Kai. Did you oversleep? Oh, I might be able to use this phrase a lot more than I would think. Uh, I'm curious how often this come up versus the verb to oversleep. Now I'm gonna be on the outlook. Itai desu. Uchi ni itai desu. Interesting. I want to
痛いです。
stay. Interesting.
痛いです。
Okay, now I have. Oh man, this. I'm gonna take this slowly because I have so many questions. This is probably hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about this one either. There's so many I'm not sures. Huh. Itai desu. I mean, I get the meaning, but I'm trying to relate it to something. Okay. I want to stay at home. Sure. Ini itai desu. I don't know. So, you know, the stem is E, but that doesn't quite help. Wait, hold up. Oh, okay. It is Iru. Yeah, it is Iru. Fair enough. I'm like, this has got to be Iru. We also do not have the kanji for Iru yet. Yeah, just stay. What? There's no other phrase I can think of. There's no other predicate I can think of. Does Iru? Let's see. Ni itai desu. Beto? No, that doesn't.
Ie.
Sure. Ie ni itai desu. What is this? Steak. Steak. No. 好きな音楽が聞きたいです. Okay. That sounds like some privileged stuff. I want to stay home. I want to listen to my favorite music.
もう少し寝たいです。
もう少し寝たいです. Okay, yeah, I want to sleep a bit longer. Whoops. Wait. Yeah. Yeah,
もう少し
interesting. I kind of just assume it's a bit longer, but
もう少し
this would be yeah, this would be a new meaning for mo too. This would be a new interpretation as well. Even though it's obvious it's a bit longer. Like not that I was phrasing it in the English sense, but before I thought about the English, I'm like that translates to a bit longer. It just feels a bit longer because it's mo and shikoto. And then when you sleep, you're thinking about a bit longer. Yeah. Interesting. But this is definitely new.
もう少し
Too. I want to sleep a bit longer.
ダニエルさん、もう9時です。今日は授業があります。
Yeah, now it's back to already. Right. 今日は授業があります。Okay. Today I have class. Today I have classes. すみません。もう少し寝たいです。That's what they're doing. They're contrasting now between the two moles. Like these are different mole interpretations. Classic duo, right? You've pretty much gotten used to this at this point. They'll try to at least ham fist a little bit of definition swapping.
もう少しうちにいたいです。
What did you place? Oh, now you added a location. もう少しうちにいたいです。I want to they could build it out really far, really. I want to stay a bit longer at home. I think they're gonna want I want to stay at home a bit longer. It's probably what they're gonna go with. Nailed it.
カイさん、もう11時です。今日は授業があります。
Kai-san, もう11時です。11時です。今日は授業があります。Okay. What else are we gonna... Okay. They're reinforcing. すみません。もう少し寝たいです。
デートをキャンセルします。
キャンセル、キャンセルします。What the heck? Oh my gosh. I want to do cancel. That's gotta be another one, right? Hold up. キャンセル。キャンセル。What? Did I? Oh, I missed a. Kyanseru. Oh my gosh. Wow. So. Thanks, Nick. Oh, hello there, Nick. Nick, I got your, thanks. Hello. It's nice to, see ya. Yes, it is Nick from YouTube. By the way, I love your avatar. Very, on YouTube. So, Kyanseru. Kyanseru is also a suru. Oh my goodness. Wait. Let's look at cancel. Is there a cancel to withdraw? Oh, okay. So it's kind of like oversight. Wow, they're really leaning in on the suru stuff. What the heck? I guess. Does it feel like Japanese is getting easier over time? Like the grammar is making more sense? Yeah. Well, for Duolingo, the grammar moves very slowly. So you have plenty of time to look at all the patterns for grammar. So I use Tofuku as a source of grammar curiosities. So generally by the time you get to it, it's more about how interesting it is, more so than oh this is wow, I don't get this yet kind of thing. Duo does the thing where hey, here's how you used it before and then here's how you use it now. Have I ever utilized a tutor? You utilize one and enjoyed it a lot? Like you utilize a tutor, a person? Or are we talking about like something mechanical? I haven't utilized a person, no. But I have participated, I in the evening outside of Duolingo, I use comprehensible input with like vlogs and reading and listening. And then occasionally, for maybe like once or twice a week, I partake in immersion, in total immersion. But those are because of curiosity, not so much comprehension. A person that is happy to chat with you and teach you Japanese. Yeah. I'm not at that quite there yet. I already set myself at a conservative 6 months, and we might transition into something perhaps in that way to some extent. But I am my own tutor for the most part. I use internal monologue and internal dialogue to create the immersion space most of the time. Yeah, for now, I'm using comprehensible inputs as my evening rituals outside Duolingo. And then I occasionally, once a week, I watch anime with friends, but I use it as an opportunity to use total immersion, as in, because I can't usually dictate the level of the anime. So those are the kind of the moments where like, whatever, 40%, 30%, pick up a random vocabulary here and there. That's total immersion life for you. And then most of the other days, I'm doing oh, thanks, Nick. I appreciate it. Appreciate the sub. How are you with Japanese? I didn't get an opportunity to ask you because, you know, the video comment sections would be extraordinarily long, right? But how are you with Japanese? And are you multilingual too? And like, what is your... I need some details. You gotta give me some details. Some saucy details. Right, since I love Duolingo and concept. I see. Like, how is it going with you? Like, I imagine you said you already mentioned tutor, so you got me peaked. Obviously, you're a person who also take holistic approaches. You're currently learning Mandarin with a tutor. Oh, interesting. So you're already at the experience level of Japanese, right? So you're at a position where you use Japanese to learn Japanese. So you're already moved on to the experience accumulation, and then now you're learning Mandarin. I'm still at the comprehensible input stage, but once I reach a point where I can constructively use Japanese to learn Japanese, then I'll likely move on to Mandarin as well. I'll be joining you hopefully sometime way far down the line. It's gonna be like another 90 days probably before I join Mandarin. There's a lot of Japanese Mandarin clubs right now. Like I have a few people who are at the interface of Japanese and Mandarin. Yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to talk about this, by the way. I'm Chinese. I have a Chinese background. So I'm a total immersion baby product of Mandarin and Fujianese. So it's going to be a very different approach and concept approaching Mandarin. So it will be very, very different for the Mandarin thing. And then after that, it's Spanish, which will go even more differently because I wasn't a product of immersion for Spanish. I was a product of young formal education. So when I was still much, much younger, I learned Spanish formally. So that's going to be a totally different thing too. You initially only used Duolingo to learn, but believe that my accountability is not good enough to self-teach myself. I see. And then you branched out. You discovered that a tutor, like you wanted some more accountability. So you branched out to things like tutor to make up for it. Yeah, that sounds like you knew exactly where you're going with the feedback and went with it. Very nice. Therefore, you met with a tutor online twice a week and learned in a more structured approach. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. I know someone who is Lotus isn't here, and it's already too late for him, so he probably logged off for the day. But Lotus has spent many years self-teaching, and then now he like occasionally meet up with someone from italki to as that type of structure too, to interact with someone else who is knowledgeable about the language. Since they set me homework and I have to complete it to not look like a fool the next thing. Yeah, accountability is it's great when some, you know, an outside force can nudge you, right? Nudge you for sure. I don't know Japanese and I'm just a native English speaker from Australia. Oh, you're Australian? Oh, I have so many questions, but all I'm thinking about right now is all the words you're talking about now just immediately sounds Australian to me. I can't impersonate an Australian, but all I can say now is visibly in my head now, I'm reading all your messages in an Australian accent. Sorry, I mean, I love accents, so I mean, I wouldn't be so into language if I didn't love accents. I mean, some people hate accents, I suppose. They learn language to get rid of them. But career-wise, you love to utilize your Mandarin on a daily basis, but need to reach at least HSK. Yeah, someone mentioned that already. The standardized criteria. So wait, so you don't know Japanese? Oh, dang it! I thought we could bond with Mandarin and Japanese. No, it's fine. It's fine. No pressure. No pressure. Is Mandarin your okay? So Mandarin is your second language acquisition, right? Or do you have a third one? I don't know. Or do you have some sort of Australian dialect? I have no idea if Australians have dialects. The closest thing I've gotten to Australia is I studied abroad in New Zealand, and I know it's not the same thing, but there is technically you know, in the Maori population, so I was exposed to that language as well when I was there. But I don't know about Australia. I don't know enough about Australia to know if there's some sort of pocket. By the way, since you know Mandarin, you have thought about learning Japanese, but I am determined to prioritize. That's fair. That's perfectly fair. I actually almost did a coin flip for Mandarin and Japanese. Which, by the way, how much Mandarin have you been digging? Because I don't know if you've ever met a Fujianese person before. I myself am not a Fujianese person, but my parents are Fujianese. So I'm second gen, so I'm the first generation raised in the United States. So however, my Fujianese is a product of immersion. So a lot of times I can't discern whether I'm transitioning between Mandarin, Cantonese, or Fujianese when I'm speaking. Country people and city people have really different accents. Okay, that's fair enough. But there's no dialects. Okay. I didn't want to assume because I know the cliche from the outside is Australia is a really big landmass. But at the same time, when I look at its population density, I suppose it's kind of more of an Alaska situation, if I'm to be so bold. But not in the sense, not to the extreme, but not to quite extreme, but the landmass is disproportionate with your distribution. So I'm not sure if there was a lot of opportunities for geographical like isolation where you get dialectic development in Australia. In China, since you're learning Mandarin, I imagine you have become already aware that Mandarin is the title for the collective of dialectic families. and the dialectic families are nearly unintelligible to each other. So I speak Fujianese. My parents are from the Fujian province. So they're both they air from Fuzhou. So I speak Fujianese. I'm an immersion baby product of Fujianese. So I speak it, but I am completely illiterate because I have no educational background in Mandarin or anything Mandarin related. I've seen someone speak in a video once. Yeah, it is a rare dialect outside of China. It is a decreasing dialect in China because of, you know, how the Chinese government works. Enforcement is incredibly, it's a different world, right, in China. So its dialect is decreasing in China. However, it's not rare to that region. Outside of the United States, it's almost non-existent because every third or fourth generation that dialect disappears because there's no formal schooling. I wouldn't even call myself bilingual since I'm illiterate. I don't know how people qualify linguistics, but like, for example, I'm not, since you're almost really competent in Mandarin, I can say a few phrases like "ni hao." You can probably relate it to Mandarin to pick up what I just said. So there are phrases that are kind of similar, like "ni hao," "ni hao." You might be able to guess. I'm trying to think of things that get confused with Mandarin, like I don't think Dao is close enough. Dao is not close enough. Sorry is not the same either. I think the closest, yeah. Nihon is probably the closest because it's how are you. Although Fujianese people usually don't say, they ask if you've eaten. So ni siromoi. Ni siromoi. What is the Mandarin again? Ni tsurama. Yeah. Ni siromoi. Have you eaten? That would be the greeting, right? When you greet someone, it's like, have you eaten? Ni siromoi. Yeah, I think it's nitirama is the Mandarin. Sometimes I get it confused with Cantonese, so excuse me if somehow when I say I think I'm speaking Mandarin, it ends up being Cantonese. Like, for example,你講乜嘢? 你講乜嘢? 你講什麼? 你講什麼? 你講乜嘢? Which is Cantonese, I think. Which is, what did you say? What did you say? Because I say that a lot sometimes. You have to say that, like, in case you didn't catch someone, like, what did you just say? Right? Or what did you say? Right? I don't know if they shorten it. I feel like Cantonese would be like "你講乜?" No. Probably "你講乜嘢?" I don't know what the Mandarin phrase is. 你說什麼? Yeah, 你說什麼? I think that's Mandarin. 你說什麼? Versus 你講乜嘢? And then 你講什麼? Right? I say that is the Mandarin Chinese equivalent. I have dabbled in Cantonese and your pronunciation sounds similar to what I've seen. Okay. Yeah. Here's a fun thing. I know I'm digressing even more now, but sometimes Fujianese sometimes they adopt Canto phrases versus Mandarin phrases. So that's why there's a confusion for myself a lot of times, because I'm not quite sure. Like, for example, yesterday in Duolingo, we were talking about nabe. So nabe Oh, I totally forgot about. That's one of the vocabulary I learned yesterday, and I didn't recall it. Now I do. Nabe. So nabe is Duolingo introduced it as hot pot, but that's the difference. That's different from shabu shabu. Shabu shabu is what I refer to as hot pot. So nabe is cooking in a hot pot, and shabu shabu is the hot pot, which is the huaguo, huaguo. But in Cantonese is dabenu, dabeno, dabeno, yeah, dabeno, and dabenu. Dabenu is Fujianese, dabenu. So Fujianese in this case adopted Cantonese. It's a lot more than Mandarin. So instead of huaguo, huoguo, no, it's huoguo, and dabeno versus, and then the Fujianese is dabenu, which all came back to Japanese. Nabe being translated as hot pot, but it's really the thing that I was imagining is shabu shabu. Fun, huh? Fun. Yep. 你说什么? Yeah, 你说什么? Oh, 你说 Oh, that means how are you doing? Oh, man. Ooh. I've heard Japanese adopts Mandarin Chinese. It does. So to hear that Fujianese adopts yeah, so it's all jumbled up. So I would totally love to hear like stuff in Mandarin all the time. Like when I have to Google Translate it, because most of the only way I understand Mandarin is through audio, because I have no literacy competence, and I hope to remove that in the future. As in that's my goal, like maybe in another 3 or 4 months, right? So most of the time people would tell me like Mandarin phrases, or hey, in Japanese this is like the Chinese, and then I look up the Chinese and Google translates. Oh yeah, that is what that is. Exactly. Yeah, and I can't construct it out of thin air most of the time in Mandarin. For like Mandarin and Cantonese, I can't construct it out of the thin air most of the time. I can mimic a lot better than I can construct. So when I hear the phrase, I can probably imitate it. Instead of in Japanese, I have to practice pronouncing everything. I still have to practice pronouncing everything constantly to get used to producing the various sounds and whichever pitch it's required and all that stuff. But to say ni hao ma, that means are you good? How are you? Yeah. When I said ni siro moi, it's interpreted as how are you as well, even though it literally means did you eat yet. But ni siro moi, it's kind of like Japanese has the similar things like yoroshiku, irashaimase, right? There are a lot of the greeting ones are lost in translation, right? They're not translatable. So nisiro moi, I keep telling people like it's literally saying how have you eaten, but my parents are greeting you. They're really just asking you how are you, like how you're doing, but they're also curious if you want to eat something. Thanks for chatting. It's great to talk to someone that also likes language, and I aim to not steer you away from your goal. Hey, guess what my goal is, Nick? This is it. I really appreciate your candor. I wasn't kidding when I really mentioned that I think the major priority is to get people enthusiastic about the language. Language learning comes naturally when you're having discussions and talking all the time, right? Like, I can't really prioritize, like, it's such a drop in the bucket for the mechanical understanding and the intellectual, like, raw understanding of a language versus participating in conversation about the language. Your study is bolstered by the enthusiasm that you built around language learning. What drove me to learn Japanese? That's a fun thought. I have been exposed to 2 languages in my life, predominantly outside of English, and that is Japanese and any form of Mandarin, right? Japanese pervasively pretty much encompasses so much of my cultural background exposure. So naturally, Japanese would come to the forefront. I kind of arranged it in the way that why Japanese before Mandarin is because Japanese is the most distant of it. And I feel that if I can challenge myself to engage in something that is most distant, then I can reform and take a lot of those learning lessons and apply them to something that is less distant so that I can kind of work backwards in a sense. So why now is another question that people ask. I have an immediate family member, a sibling now that lives in Japan. So there's a pragmatic reason to pick up the language that my parents might find a little bit impractical knowing its reach, but hey, and all the stars align. I want to take a break from video games because I try to use video games as a learning platform, but that didn't quite work out. So all the stars align to Japanese in that sense. I will unequivocally acquire and reacquire and relearn in the next 5 years Japanese, Mandarin, and Spanish. That is probably the lofty goal of the future, but it's probably not the traditional sense in which you force yourself and schedule yourself into mechanical intellectual understanding. I like to take a holistic approach to learning. Your motivation is to discover what other people are saying around me. I also love the character designs. Do you, what type of exposure do you have to Chinese culture right now? I'm curious. Have you interacted with at least multicultural Chinese people? I imagine there are multicultural, like Australian Chinese people that you probably had opportunities to engage with directly. So one of the reasons is so you can connect with siblings more. Yes, yeah. My sister and I are the product of a Chinese household, so a traditional Chinese household, so we're kind of distant. Kind of. In Sydney, there's an abundance of Chinese immigrants and businesses. Interesting. Have you ever seized the opportunity of finding an acquaintance, maybe turn friend in maybe even in a multilingual language exchange kind of thing, to like go beyond your current state of mind in terms of scholastic education, right? Like make it even more sentimental. I obviously, as a minority, my perspective is flipped. I usually am engaging in that language exchange already most of the time, or cultural exchange most of the time. You also went to an international university where very few Chinese students spoke English in class. Did not lose face, I assume. Yeah. And I imagine you mean by Chinese student, you mean international students, right? You can definitely pick up the difference between second generation Chinese students and first generation Chinese students. First generation being the immigrants, the ones that are international or native to, yeah, because it is a world of difference. At least in the culture, the Australian culture is part of the colonial period, and I'm in the United States, and you can pick up, if you see a person who appears Chinese, their mannerisms really give away if they're second generation or first generation. it's actually a point of contention between the two because it's a cultural dissonance. Face culture is huge for first generation. I'm second generation, by the way, so obviously I make a buffoon out of myself in public all the time and be relatively secure about it. You practice all the ways to bolster your own confidence and master your own insecurities and fears of the what I would call the fear of disappointment, the face culture fear of disappointment. Yeah, I tend to digress in the whole idea of Asian excellence may be supported indirectly by their aptitude, but I think it pales in comparison to the fear that is generated from a face culture. The fear of disappointment is what drives Asian consistency in their culture. They're to the point where even their entire language is structured around being polite and appropriate to remove misunderstanding. Learning Japanese encapsulates a lot of that culture. Their language itself is predicated on maintaining this face culture. And growing up in the United States, it's incredibly endearing to see how people unapologetically fall over and get back up. So while my parents might not resonate with that, I am definitely second generation. I embrace being able to resonate with people who are fearless in terms of trying and making mistakes and bettering themselves, as opposed to constantly be buried by the insecurities of not getting it right the first time. Ironically, though, that's kind of what's gripping a lot of people who are part of the internet generation. So I tend to use like language learning or video games as a way to bridge that gap, because it's kind of almost alarming how the internet has fostered a face culture that's almost as unsustainable as the Asian cultures, like the Chinese, the Japanese, and the Korean culture specifically, of what I have personal contact with. It's to the point where now people want to always get things right the first time, and they are so insecure about that they are incapable of a lot of times even starting the task, which is legitimately and so ironically and coincidentally aligned with what is facing Chinese people, Japanese people, and Korean people about certain things. And I just recently talked to a few people about relationships. Interpersonal relationships are one of the hardest stages, in my opinion, for face culture. Interpersonal relationships are one of the most nebulous and inconsistent parts. And imagine having to do that in a society that focuses on face, where you have to say face every single day if you enter a interpersonal contract with another person. So it's a slight of a deep cut, but I like talking about the cultural dissonances between Asian, like specific aspects of Asian culture and Western culture, and the intersect in which they reach like compromises, especially if you're born of East meets West, like myself. I'm in ABC. I'm an American born Chinese, so I would have to navigate that all the time. I see. I need to respect the differences. Apologies. I mean, students that were born and lived in China before visiting us, Australia. No worries. No apologies necessary. I think the funny thing about this is it's legitimately the opposite when it comes to people not being specific, because I think that is exactly why you are the way you are, which is very acceptable. I don't think feeling sorry for something you couldn't possibly resonate with, right? But I really appreciate the sentiment. I highly encourage people not to be apologetic. It's not It's kind of, I don't know if you ever watch comedy stand up, like the rare like Asian American or Asian Australian or something stand up comedian. It's often the opposite. It's like, it's not, how could anyone reasonably expect someone who is not born and constantly reminded of that thing to be aware of those things, right? So no need to feel apologetic. I think you're well more cultured about this. You probably know a lot more about the Mandarin language than I do myself. I mean, be realistic about that. I see and I've heard similar things from the interest in the past. I aim to be more careful before assuming. Nah, you're good. I honestly think nowadays the little goobers, right? Most of Gen Zs and most of Gen Alpha now, they're growing up in a really real situation that places me at a place where I can resonate with them. So my childhood is not exactly identical to their context, but their emotional status and their mental mindsets fueled by the objectivity online is incredibly mirrored by what happens in a Asian household, specifically Chinese, Japanese, and Korean household prior to the internet. And it's a struggle. And here I am learning Duolingo and telling people like life is very long, and sometimes try not to worry too much about getting it right the first time, especially with a life skill like language learning or talking like this, right, Nick? Like I do not want to encourage people to be apologetic or intimidated by basically being aware of what their cultural background is. How do you, overcome insecurities about expression and miscommunication? You communicate. So if you're constantly worried and concerned about saying the right thing the first time, that often means both sides are exercise intolerance and incapable of, communicating, right? At least that's my opinion. I don't know if that represents the majority of Americans, but for myself, I expect people to say whatever is on their mind, honestly, because if we don't say what's on our mind, then it might as well not be said at all, in my opinion, because you're skirting around expression. So then both parties don't get practice in communication, right? Yeah, stand-up comedians, there's that truth. And that's kind of how I feel about it. Not that others will feel the same, but for myself. Not sure if you have already explained this, but is it the only reason you're learning Japanese is to deepen your understanding of other cultures and connect with your saying? Or do you have plans career-wise for the speaking proficiency tests, perhaps? No, that's it. I live in a very privileged situation where I have some borrowed time. So I'm doing the natural thing that I used to do as a kid, only with the more romantic and public practice side of things. I acquire skills and I demonstrate how I acquire those skills. So naturally, the only motivation required is sentimentalism. So there isn't any like pragmatic shackles yet. There used to be shackles on my career-wise, but nowadays, being very privileged, for the time being, I have the privilege of being unshackled. So now I'm just learning anything that my sentimentalism guides me. So in this case, deepening my understanding with other cultures and connecting with my sibling is more or less the only motivation for it. It is the sentimentalism. I spent more than 2/3 of my life pursuing pragmatic goals, and those pragmatic goals have taught me a few, but one of the bigger life lessons is that legacy satisfaction and happiness does not coincide with a purely pragmatic take on career building, life building, and like self-love in general. So nowadays, when someone asks me what motivates me, other people. Just other people. When someone says they really, really hate this movie, I want to watch that movie just to see how much they hate it. Like, I want to know. I want to know. Maybe I won't hate it as much, but the idea is I'm seeking all this borrowed time to maximize my ability to sample as many things as I can. However, if I can give you some tenuous connection to career move, I'm collecting experience because I believe my future, how I turn this in is I want to be like a communication specialist or like a kind of like a executive function coach or something. Someone that deals with a lot of people in a lot of situations and stay relevant topically on certain things and tasks. So the more experience I gain in situations like language learning and bouncing around and grabbing sentimentalisms, the more experience I gain in handling and coaching and mentoring people. My professional career was aimed at the goal of being a teacher, an educator of one day, but the formal education system is it's pragmatically slow, right? It's appropriately slow, but it doesn't reach the pace that I really desired. So I like the dynamics of individualized one-on-one help versus trying to standardize something that can appeal for a lot of people. That stuff is often not moving at the pace. So like language learning, if you ask someone what is the most efficacious way to language learning, I'm sure when you hand wave superficially, they might come to some particular points, like maybe 4 or 5 points. However, then you're asked, what does that process look like? And all chaos breaks loose, right? That is the unfortunate paradox of standardized education. Standardized education, it takes a very long time to standardize, and by the time it's standardized, you might not sure if it's contextually relevant anymore. So for me, I've moved on from trying to reach millions of people, or hundreds of people at least, in a formal education system that is probably on a standard that hasn't been revised for 2 decades plus, right? Like the American formal education system, to a more of a case-by-case thing. And this is how I'm going to demonstrate it. I suppose. That's like way down the line. I really do see myself as a 40, 50-year-old man offering day-by-day individual guidance for executive function in the future. It seems that you've already taken action to utilize your Japanese journey to communicate with other people on stream and create something that is relevant to it. Yeah, that's the goal. It will be a lot easier to make a case for certification and maybe credibility if I actually do the things that I say I do myself, right? If you know what I mean. So for the longest time, I keep saying in video games, oh, I do this stuff and learning, but it was very hard to demonstrate in video games because there's this pre-selection for oversimplification and intuiting video games. So naturally, I moved to a harder thing, or like a quote-unquote more stronger pre-selection gate, which language learning is adjacent to that. I love Japanese video games. Guess what? In the future, I'll be playing Japanese video games in Japanese. I like to maximize the skills. If I am ever mentoring someone, like life coaching someone, it's about condensing and making all of your actions efficaciously overlapping. So if you need to rest for language, or maybe you need to watch an ad, make that ad time functional to you. You might be able to watch ads to learn how to advertise while you're doing the thing you're doing while waiting on the advertise. You know what I mean? So you can understand what the Japanese voice actors are saying. That's also one of my motivations. Oh, for do you consume Chinese content? Do you watch cop dramas? Do you watch kung fu movies? Because I have a very long. Do you watch Journey to the West, by the way? Are you a fan of Journey to the West? I sorry, I'm gonna nerd out a little bit, but let's not nerd out too much. We'll save the discussions. Ooh, what time is it in Australia? What time is it in Australia? Even learning Korean to understand League of Legends casters? Oh, wow, that's a deep cut. So you watch the LCS, huh? I used to habitually watch the LCS when I played in like the first like 11 seasons of League of Legends. Awesome. Oh, LCK. Oh yeah, fair. LCK, sure. Yeah, specifically LCK. Yeah. I remember they localized there. LCS puts you to sleep. Yeah, I was referring to the parental organization that gave birth to the, to the rest of the organizations. But yeah, LCK. Yeah. So you're still into League of Legends, huh? Now I'm starting to gain a profile of you. Yeah, I tend to refer to the parental organization a lot of times, but I keep forgetting that they sense. Yeah, a lot of times. Actually, did they have more now? I'm out of the League of Legends scene for a while now. So you're not a Valorant person, huh? All right. Let me get.
デートをキャンセルします。
cancel. Cancel します。You don't play any games at the moment? I prefer to direct my time to my goals only. That's fair enough. Do you have it? So is that all you do? Or do you do something professionally? Also relates to acquiring a second language. Being someone who watches LCK, and then the comments you made, you are already probably. I would be surprised if you aren't a decade younger than me. However, you did seek tutoring, and your approach to learning is very realistic, so I would probably put you in mid-20s. That's a wild guess because I would need to collect more details. But if I had to take a jab, mid-20s. You're a bartender at the moment, did a degree in software engineering. Ah. You're 26? Yeah. I was aiming right at 25 actually. Yeah. And I'm a decade older than you. I'm 37. So I'm a little over a decade older than you. We belong to a different generation. But that just comes from like sampling. I was just applying some experience from constantly observing and communicating with people and their interest. But just the way you talk, the way you assess things, I already imagined that you would have a college degree of some sort because of the way you talk, right? Your diction and whatnot. So you have to be older than 22. That was where I drew the bottom line. You were as young as 22, but you can't be older than 30 based on that. I enjoy comp sci in high school, but don't like the idea of isolating myself in a room all day and staring at a screen. That's fair. That's great self-awareness. Therefore, I'm exploring Mandarin and willing to take chances. You've already reached a romantic lifestyle that prevented you from a midlife crisis with burnout. Sorry if that was too deep. That escalated, but that is kind of why I'm doing this. There's a lot of other whys, but one of the things is to get to illustrate to talk about a lot of the red flags that burnout can look like. And one of the burnouts you just described, the idea of isolating yourself in a pursuit of a career is a great recipe for burnout and alone and a midlife crisis. And the faster you burn out, since you're in your 20s, you belong to the previous generation, and they burn out right about, like, a bit on average right before their 30s. I actually burn out that time too, so I kind of held on for a lot longer, but I burned out around my 30s. I understand that I'll be 50 one day and certain opportunities won't be available to you. Therefore, you're realizing it's okay to take risks and just go for things. You sound like a spry young man. And I like that. I think youth is beautiful. It's incredibly beautiful. However, youth in Asian cultures might not be as beautiful. So you are very much, for however you want to take this, you are very Australian. You are very Western culture, and I would give you the green flag because of that. If you're hyper objective, it's a burnout, man. Burnout is so strong. It's easier said than done, of course, indeed. And right now I'm just aiming to not give up in life. Yeah, I can understand that. Especially if you're having this encounter with me now on a random stranger's stream, right? Meeting randomly through a YouTube algorithm, then you're already pre-selected for a lot of behavior that the things I say, I've rehearsed a lot of times. Because in order for this meeting to happen, like right now, this conversation we're having, you have a lot of criteria that would probably resonate with what I say. And it's largely because I practice a lot of these things. I'm used to hearing and seeing a lot of these things. And yeah, I'm so happy that you're not giving up on life. I can't tell you how many different ways I've heard giving up on life. Like not those literal words, but there are so many different ways I've heard them. And it's often the internet generation. Seem very articulate in what you say, so your rehearsing checks out. Yeah. I don't get tired of telling people, like, hey, and this is a true story, by the way. You're 19. Go out, do something. Pick something you like. Maybe find a point of enthusiasm. Don't just stay in your bed all day. Stop looking at your ceiling all day. That 1 hour you're staring at your ceiling, take 5 minutes of that, step outside. I know it burns for the first time. Like, the sun's gonna burn you like you're a vampire, but go outside, take a walk, come back. 5 minutes. Give it 5 minutes. Come back. Tell me what you think of the sun. Actually, just tell me for 5 minutes how it burns your face or your burns your face or head. At least I can tell you've done something different today. Be proud of yourself. Do I have a PhD in a subject? I do. I have a PhD in biology. A lot of times when someone asks me what does the PhD stands for, the PhD stands for critical thinking, problem solving in a complicated subject matter. So that involves communication that's required to disseminate important information, communication necessary to bridge multidisciplinary collaborations, and then you are in order to graduate, you must present your thesis work to a group of peers and possibly unintelligible people at the same time. So usually, in order to be a successful doctorate, you are required to have some elevated advancement in communication and teaching. So it goes hand in hand. It's to the point where when you go to graduate school, at least in the United States, you don't even get teaching classes. Like, they're not expecting you. So mileage may vary. However, I prioritize teaching and communication as a way for me to basically get my doctorate degree. My research was not that great. It did not go so well. But ultimately, being able to disseminate all these and communicate and problem shoot through all of the hurdles, that's pretty much what a PhD stands for, in my opinion. I'm lucky to have a close relationship with 2 brothers, so you're privileged. Spoken like a really wonderful, self-aware person. I've always counted the ways I'm privileged, and knowing how I'm privileged, I like to leverage that privilege in order to invest forward. If my privilege is constantly giving me excess, reinvesting that excess, whatever it is, sentimentalism, energy, maybe even money. I think money is like flat the most superficial resource you could reinvest. If you can reinvest your energy, your enthusiasm into another person, that is an investment forward that will pay back in dividends if you're more of an objective person. So privilege comes in many forms, and for me, I have privilege borrowed time. So I'm going to use something to inspire something, right? You just don't know. One day you could be that person that stops someone from giving up on life, and that is worth it. Even through a parasocial relationship. I have no idea who may or may not hear this message, but don't give up on life, especially when you're not even 20 years old yet, in my opinion. Biology, you have a soft spot for science and being able to use critical thinking to understand and explain the subject so deeply. Did you have a strong academic standing during high school or a developed mindset afterwards? I've talked about this a little bit from time to time, but there are a lot of people online that feel like they're hyper stimulated all the time. I was a high functioning person prior to the internet age, so I had to manage. I'm going to say conservatively, I don't think I'm that dysfunctional. However, even before the internet generation, without the lack of stimulation, exceeding stimulation, I've often considered myself a high functioning person. So in terms of academic standing, it was having high academic standing took like 2% of my attention. A lot of times it dealt with mental stressors, dysfunctional compulsions that I don't understand at the moment, and emotional irregularities, and being in an emotionally compromised state all the time, and socially awkward. I was poorly socially adapted. That was probably easily the most relatable type of thing that I use to resonate with the current generation. I was incredibly socially isolated, incredibly high functioning, but could not resonate with the people of my age group until much later. As you approach adulthood, other adults around you start to catch up with the stuff. But the idea is my childhood was void of the things that other people experience. So it naturally I became very distant with people my generation. However, I leveraged that alienation, social awkwardness, and high functioning stories to resonate with the current generations. The current generation has this predisposition, or you might call it a predisposition, but ultimately I am who I am today because of that. So I like to maybe use that opportunity to grind things and play video games at an older age, but really to connect to a smaller age because I care about the next generation of people. And I already talked about my aspirations to possibly start a family someday. One day, perhaps. Feel free to let me know if you want to resume grinding Duolingo anytime. I just really enjoy talking with you. That's the goal. That's the goal, Nick. Once I suck you in, I'm gonna make you pay me tens of thousands. No, I'm just kidding. I hope I'm not keeping you up. I asked you what time is it in Australia, because I don't want to give people the I don't want to make people feel obligated beyond their daily schedule. Right. That's awesome to hear someone else's perspective and experience during high school. Based on your explanation, you being a high functioning person makes sense. After finishing high school, I feel like I could have dug deep and achieved high marks. However, I feel that there must be a reason I didn't and regret nothing. I see. Oh, you're free for a few hours? Oh, okay. Well, it is currently... Oh, that's kind of funny. You are... Wait, how does this work? It's 1:55 p.m. May 13th, right? Yeah. That's right. So you are 14 hours ahead of me. Okay, you're 14 hours ahead of me. So it is almost midnight for me. Almost. You were planning to do Chinese studies and this is kind of relevant. Oh, okay. Yeah. A lot of the things I say, if you know how to appreciate that and bridge that type of discussion, lots of people would be open to that, in my opinion, in a more personal sense. What I mean is, this is a type of dialogue we're entering that is incredibly relatable, but in my opinion, in the privacy of one's own home. So I myself have not gone to China before. However, I can definitely vividly tell you that these types of discussions occur a lot in both first generation and second generation Asians, when they talk about this type of societal pressure and possibly even high functioning situations or needing to be high functioning. I think on the internet, what the internet have done is to demonstrate that it can happen to anyone. You can be hyperstimulated even without having to be high functioning. The difference here, at least in my opinion, not to say that it's more of a blessing in disguise kind of thing. I think I can offer managerial skills in regulating and moderating a sustainable lifestyle with too much stimulation, because as a kid, I developed these strategies for myself before the internet was already hyper stimulating. Nowadays, I think everyone's experiencing a unprecedented level of stimulation, and it's revealing something that's actually socially normal for a human being. When a human being is overly stimulated, they still have dysfunctional and compulsory behavioral problems in their lifestyles that are not manageable at the time. It doesn't take a high functioning person to see that. However, back in my day, back in the youth days, something hyper stimulating like Facebook and TikTok and YouTube Shorts were not a thing. So I guess I can count my blessing that I'm not a high functioning person growing up now in the internet stage. So those people who are high functioning are even more exaggeratedly dysfunctional now, because they can't regulate how they're taking their stimulation. It means it's to the point where they could talk themselves out of anything. They could talk themselves into a circle and not doing anything. I think the statistical average person is capable of doing that. And I personally think the average person has a chance of healthily navigating the internet thing. I can't even imagine what it's like for a high functioning person who isn't an adult already and learn how to manage these compulsions. Have I ever been to Japan? No, I have not, but soon. Yeah, so I cannot even begin to anticipate how much stimulation it will be to travel to another country. The only time I've traveled technically outside of the North American continent was New Zealand, and I studied abroad in New Zealand for it's like 3 or 4 months. It was for a semester. Is that a semester? Yes. I guess it would be considered a semester. That's what you mean by pre-internet age. I see. You've deleted TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. If I want to post something, I can re-download them. Otherwise, I get sucked into scrolling. Yeah. I'm not saying that, a lot of things, maybe a little bit more about this. A lot of things people have been talking about. I'm probably going to segment this now that I've digressed quite a bit. People have started thinking like, oh, maybe I'm high functioning, or maybe I'm, for lack of a better word, maybe I'm on the spectrum, right? But I actually think they're stronger than pre-selection. When the average person, any neurotypical person is hyperstimulated, you will get to the point where it is excess and dysfunctional. So it may feel like that. So I feel now, even more so, being able to provide some way to regulate that by indirect inspiration, like watching other people, how they manage. How do you manage burnout? What does that look like? How do you manage burning out on language learning, even though you love language learning, for example? Things like that. I think the internet is working on that. There are a lot of people out there that I personally love hearing where they are in interviews and stuff and talk about how people are capable of incredible things. They have to moderate that stuff. Like, it's very hard to moderate that stuff. Kind of like when you said you deleted TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook and use a pragmatic approach to use them when necessary. That is kind of great. That's a kind of an extreme case where you like immediately delete them. You could bar them from yourself, but deleting them definitely is one form of measure. Same, you've only been to New Zealand, and I'm planning to go to China in November. Ooh, I can't wait to hear your journey in November. How long will you be going for? I imagine you have to apply for some sort of visa, so a couple months, or are you doing like a business related thing? All right, I will provide I will try to finish some of these prompts. Say, I'm going to cancel the date. Feels bad, man.
デート
Although I don't think dato distinguishes between an appointment and a personal date. Let me listen to this again.
デートをキャンセルします
キャンセルします。
ピクニックをキャンセルします。
What would be your most favorite game ever? I've just seen your list in your bio. Oh, my favorite game ever? Okay. All right. This is gonna sound, are you ready for this? I'm sure you're ready for this at this point. I've had this question a lot. So when I am asked about favorite things, there's a long answer and a short answer. So the short answer is in excellent, I'm just gonna put an excellent experience from the most recent events. That is a short answer. So in terms of games, it would be Dave the Diver. And it will change the next time I have an excellent experience. The long answer is that life is a journey. No, this is a short answer too. It's a longer shit. Life is a journey. Also, memory is it works along this thing. Memory is fluid. So some of the most richest experiences you have are the ones closest to your present. And then having the prospect in life of life is a journey is often to focus on the present. Peer into the future. And my phrase would be integrate your past. Integrate your past. So that the present experience that you have is a culmination of all the things you hold dear in the present. So when I play a new video game, I bring all my past favorites into the video game. And that in itself will constitute as the most favorite game. So I think of favorites as whatever is able to culminate everything that's in my past, mostly, like as much as my past, into the current present experience. Because memory and emotions, when it comes to like favorite and subjectivity, is most vivid in the present. So I could name a few, like Dave the Diver, right? Dave the Diver reminds me of all the indie games that I absolutely love. So it captures it's like a best of hits of 20 plus years of indie games. So inevitably it captures everything in the present, which was last year. Or actually it might have been earlier this year. It's earlier this year. And it integrates pretty much so many of the favorites of my past. So it is inherently the favorite of today. It may change in the future. Oh yeah. I do this thing. Oh, sorry. Wait, hang on. A week is more suitable for my mates and I. Oh, a week. They are not passionate about China. Oh, okay. But you're traveling with someone. That's great. Someone already talked about this before, about Thor, right? About Thor and pirate software. But there's a big coincidence. I have generally done this before. I've done this with teaching. So before Thor, but I would say if you enjoyed this in like software engineering or like game design and stuff, probably the default gold standard would be pirate software, right? Or is that what it's called? Yeah, pirate software. But for me, this is how I navigate. I navigate by speaking to myself, visualizing, seeing, talking, and also writing. Because I have a natural fidget. So if I'm not like writing anything or doing something with my hand, my body's gonna bounce up and down. So I try not to do that too much. You'll probably see it if you ever look in the videos where if I'm not writing on screen and I'm talking for a very long time, my body is probably bouncing up and down. So a lot of times I like to tell a story with my writing. So whenever there's like a review, I tend to like draw a map. I like to draw arrows because I'm a biologist, or a molecular biologist specifically. So I think about pathways. So, you know, when I do a review, I go over like the summary, right? The summary bullet points. Then I go to a little to the left, and maybe I will split it up into, maybe I'll go into something personal or something professional, like objective a little bit, right? Things like that. So it makes it so that I'm navigating the ideas, and at the end of the journey, it'll look like it'll look like this on the screen. If anyone's been used to my digressions, it'll end up looking like this. But the thing is, you followed all of it through the journey. So naturally, it means everything to you, and it sparks some intrigue, or for someone who just dropped in. So that's kind of the natural state of things. Well, I'm surprised because when it comes to like writing on the screen, right? Writing, I hope you know that I'm using a pen. Just so that we can clarify something. I am also using a pen. I hope you're not thinking I'm using a mouse, because that'd be, I don't know how that works. So I always use a pen, and learning language requires that I write. So I naturally do this already. Also, I don't know if you ever encountered a game called Osu, but that's a rhythm game that deals with basically aiming with the pen. So aiming with the pen. So naturally that happens as well. I combined so many of my skills that I've acquired over the years, so it's pretty natural. And then I do digital artwork now, so no digital artwork kind of flows into the whole writing on your screen and whatnot. And writing and talking at the same time is a very classical marry of the disciplines. Yeah, right. Oh, and I was about to tell you, like, someone told me I write like a child. So funny you say that, but someone said I write like a child. A child. And I told them, like, oh, okay, well, that's, I guess if I wrote like a child, it becomes more relatable, right? I mean, like, hey, if I'm writing like a child, then yeah, we'll make it work. You have a mate that played Os with a pen? Yeah, he got burnt out but really pursued it. Yeah. And now you're getting into the deep cuts of why I keep focusing on mental health from burnout, especially any type of internet trend. What is Duolingo? An internet trend. What's Osu? An internet trend. I pick up as many internet trends as I can from the indie scene. So things like Slay the Spire, Stardew Valley, Undertale. There's a lot of ways to gather trending things. And as long as you continue to participate in topical things powered by the internet, you'll be no stranger to hearing tales of burnout and overzealous passion that is void of self-love and investment forward in interpersonal relationship. So like a support system, developing support systems. I feel very disconcerted with the sidelining of having a lack of support system. So that's kind of where I go with. Some people ask me, why did I choose Duolingo? That's pretty much a good example of why I chose Duolingo. It's because of its influential reach and how strongly habit forming it is, actually. Someone, I beg to differ. It's more like scrambling of an obsessed scientist. Okay. Someone who is on to something and will stop at nothing to figure out a problem out. Eventually that person will solve that problem and reap the rewards of the hard work. Possibly. I wouldn't know what that looks like. It would be interesting. I think someone who really needs affirmation would really concern themselves with so the obsession, right? I would say I'm obsessed. However, this obsession is fueled by self-awareness. Oftentimes obsession can be non-sustainable, and even possibly completely narcissistic, to the point where you can start to rationalize all your actions as benevolent, right? Rationalize it as benevolent. So to ground myself in my hubris, right? To ground my hubris, I try to continue to challenge myself to be self-aware of my own obsessions. So I try not to like interlope a lot of times, right? Sometimes you need to play the observer. So this, in a very serious note, this is definitely the difference between an influencer, a obligatory influencer who requires affirmation, versus an influencer that is demonstrating something indirectly. So I'm not really planning on how I can influence people for an output. I'm demonstrating something that I do every single day without the need to even remind myself what the output is. So that's how I'm trying to keep my hubris intact, so that I don't become an influencer that is dependent on an output, which is something like reaping the rewards. I don't really do things expecting a reward. I consider that as luck. So if someone offers me a reward, like a compliment, right? It feels fantastic. I kid you not, it does feel fantastic. However, my response is, I'm incredibly lucky. It's not necessarily something that I said, I did this, I deserve this. I don't usually ever think of it that way. Like, I don't deserve luck. I gain and am gifted the generosity of other people by first offering generosity. So my generosity is to offer as many things of myself available, and if someone comes by and offers their generosity, then I am lucky in life, not deserving in life. I don't particularly think I deserve anything. I've already received so many things in my life. I don't need any more things, right? And the magic comes from a mutual, in my opinion, the magic comes from a mutual exchange of generosity. I'm actually stealing someone else's words. I can't spell generosity, but I'm actually alluding to John Green's recent vlog. He's a particular person that I listen to quite a lot. But he had a recent vlog about how art, the secret to art, is the mutual exchange of generosity from the creator, who then inspire other people to contribute to the creation. And that's when the magic happens, the mutual exchange of generosity. And this is effectively an art form, right? Feelings, emotional projection, expressions, resonance is ultimately an art form. It's the human condition. Emotions is an art form. Or it's the writing of a committed language learner, figuring out the extensive grammar concepts of Japanese and analyzing the structures. Yeah, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but I'm a terrible language learner. So it's you demonstrating something to others. Yeah, I'm demonstrating how you can continue learning something. That's probably the bottom line. I can demonstrate how you can make something insignificant significant, but I am not you're not going to get really great at literally learning language with me, probably. Yeah, Fujonese works. Oh yeah, that's Fujonese. Yeah, you got it. So you do this expecting nothing. Anything that comes in return is appreciated and considered luck. Yeah. Like okay, right? If I was not privileged, then I would do this for money. You know? Like what I mean is, I'm living a period in my life that I am not shackled by pragmatism. So I'm seizing the opportunity to having none of those social pressures. Which can happen in the near future, that I need to get a job, then I have to reprioritize, right? However, I wouldn't use this medium. Statistically, I would not use this medium as a way to make money. So things like money, career, credibility, and stuff, that would be built upon something else. This is purely for skill acquisition and experience. I jokingly phrase this a lot to the gamers out there, that I'm farming people for their stories and their ideas and the experience. Because the more I learn about different people in a pre-selected group, the more I'm able to execute on careers in the future, pivoting on careers, because the resource of my future career is going to be dealing with people. What kind of people? Well, anyone who's younger than me, because I doubt people who are more successful than me, who are incredibly healthy and functioning, yeah, they're not interested in what I have to say. They've already solved it for themselves. You have to get back to your studies, so may lurk for. Perfectly all right. Honestly, this was an exercise in playing chicken. So eventually, it's a weird flex, but I felt like I would have gone longer than you would. Because I don't want to stop investing, right? If you're here, I'm going to invest. So it was like a cat and mouse game at this point, but I really appreciate the long conversation, and I hope you don't mind, but obviously you'll probably see this section cut off somewhere to section displayed somewhere, just for some like fun things and conversation that people will reflect upon. Yep, for about an hour. That's about how long the digressions go. An hour to 2 hours. Yep. Keep it between 1 to 2 hours. Yeah, this has been a super insightful and welcoming convo. I hope the best for your stuff. Definitely we have a lot of content, to talk about. Like, I would love to hear your experiences, but it doesn't always have to be like an hour or 2 hours. I think the first conversation is always worth it. Like, I go harder on the first conversation. If someone stays, we're going to invest forward on the first impression. Alright, good luck with your studies, and I will continue with mine. I can't wait to hear about your experience in China, though. That's a long ways, so I might even start learning Mandarin right before you go. You said November. Yeah, feel free. There are a lot of these discussions roped off in the deep digression section. So if you want, ever curious what type of shenanigans I get into all the time, it's nonstop. Like, it's all grouped into the whenever I digress spot. So you can also reflect on this conversation if you want. Anyways, yeah, I'll let you to your studies, and I will wrap it up today as well. Thanks for chilling. I love seeing where this is gonna go. All right. Back to focusing.
ピクニックをキャンセルします。ピクニックを
Oh, cancelします。
キャンセルします。
Okay, all right. I'm trying to recall all the things that. Okay. Of course, picnic, right? Picnic. キャンセルします。
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 今日のピアノのレッスンをキャンセルします。
Oh. Kyono piano lesson. Oh my gosh. This is like katakana. This is katakana all over the place. Kyono, man, this is such a departure from last unit. Last unit was 90% hiragana. Kyono piano no lesson o kyanseru shimasu. Okay. I'm going to cancel the piano lesson. I'm going to tomorrow's piano lesson. Or today, sorry. Today's piano lesson. Okay.
友達と会いたくないです。
友達と会いたく oh. Yeah, there's the stem again, and then you have takunai. Okay. So 友達と会いたくないです。会いたくないです。Wait, actually, how do you say this?
友達と会いたくないです。
Okay, 会いたくないです。Okay, sure. We'll go with that. So you take the stem and it's takunai desu or takunai and desu. Yeah, sure. For now. I don't want to meet with friends. Oh no, that is such a deep cut. We can't talk about this anymore. Otherwise, I won't ever finish this lesson. Okay.
マネージャーと会いたくないです。
マネージャーと会いたくないです。
会いたくないです。
You know, can I use the same for... No, I can't. Not for E adjectives. Because their stems are slightly different. Yeah. So the E adjectives can't help with how I envision grouping for pronunciation. But the predicates I can. So, 会いたくないです。会いたくないです。Wait, how does this sound?
会いたくない。
会いたくない。Yeah. 会いたくない。行きたくない。行きたくない。言いたくない。言いたくない。Yeah, 言いたくない。Okay. The question is, does this work on all of them? Probably. 食べたくない。食べたくない。飲みたくない。飲みたくない。飲みたくない。休みたくない。We'll see.
マネージャーと会いたくないです。
マネージャーと会いたくないです。
同僚と会いたくないです。
同僚と we can't skip too far ahead. Until I can see it, I won't make the assumption at the moment. I don't want to assume things. We'll just observe. 同僚と会いたくないです。I don't want to meet with my coworkers. Yeesh. Wow. Duolingo is becoming a bummer, isn't it? It went from like always staying in the affirmative and the polite to suddenly now we're just gonna keep talking about things that I don't say most of the time. Although I hear it a lot of times. So now it's becoming a bummer. Like, what the heck? I'm going to cancel the date. Oof. Dateをキャンセルします。キャンセルします。
キャ
Oh,
ンセルしま
and
す。
the one that is really the one that sticks out is the affirmative, because I'm going to cancel the date is different than I'm not going to the date, right? So that's a negatory. This is an affirmative action. So you're canceling, you're actively canceling something. You're going to do something as opposed to you're not going to do something. This is probably far more non-American at the moment, non-American English, right? The alternative would be like, what's the opposite of cancel? Attend. I'm not going to attend the date, or I'm not going to the date. That's probably what most people would say nowadays. There's such a hyper emphasis on shaping all the English statements into the negative form. I don't know how often. Now I gotta know if in Japanese do they do that often. I don't think they do. I really don't think they do. However, I've heard English, like Japanese English speakers, as in like Japanese people who know English, they acquire that habit really quickly, or they learn it of that habit where they phrase everything in the negative so that it has more impact. Like, I'm not going to fail, right? Like this. I'm not going to fail. Instead of saying I'm going to pass. Right? This is preferential on the internet. This is preferential up here. It has a quote unquote bigger impact, I suppose. Or a lot of times it has a bigger impact, or maybe habitual, and it's ultimately negative. So it comes off as negative. I'm not going to fail, as opposed to I'm going to pass. Right? Like, I don't want to choke, as in like choke, I don't know, a play or something, right? I don't want to choke. Instead of I'm going to do my best, right? I know these are not exactly the same, but the idea is it's often preferential to use a negative and an undesirable word, as opposed to using a prediction, affirmative prediction, like contributing to something, and using a positive. It's rarely the case. And I feel like that kind of gives that air of negativity. It's a very, very, I want to say, an obvious watermark of someone who has been online for quite some time. Kind of giving away my deductions here. Yeah, see, I don't want to meet with classmates today. Yeah, whew. At least it's I don't want to meet, as opposed to how does this work? I can't think of it. It's very hard for me to think of using double negatives. Oh, something like they're trying to say the positive, right? But they say I don't want to avoid my friends, for example. I don't want to avoid my friends. Or I don't want to ignore. Ignore is a better example. I don't want to ignore my friends. As opposed to I pay attention to my friends. I pay attention to my friends. Or my friends are important. Or anything that is positive, like affirmative. These are types of phrasings. I don't want to ignore my friends. right? It's don't and ignore. Yeah. So much of that. I actually tried to see, I don't know if this has a positive impact or not, but oftentimes when I get an opportunity to talk to a lot of people, or maybe someone who hangs out regularly, I expose them, in my opinion, expose them, and kind of like when someone tells me something, I'm like, oh, and then I rephrase it and tell them that's what I hear from them, like that's what I want to hear, or like kind of in another way to rephrase it. And I'm curious, I don't know if that's have had a positive effect or not. Oftentimes there are glimmers of places where when I talk to someone over a long period of time, their language shifts as well. It's a little hybrid, like occasionally they would say something positive as opposed to constantly framing everything in the negative. I don't know how that affects their livelihood, but it's kind of neat to see it in play. Like you develop a familect that is a hybrid between negative and positive stimuli, right? I actually do think the power of language is incredibly wow, I'm learning another language. The diction and the command of the language can really affect one's perception of self and other perceptions of you. If you want to be a positive person or sound positive, perhaps record yourself speaking something or describing something and see how positive you actually sound. Because sometimes you can feel positive, but you can sound negative, and that happens a lot. Where someone would say like, well, I'm not mad. Like, well, you sound like you're mad. It's like, then instead of saying I'm not mad, right? I'm not mad. You could start with saying I am content if you're not comfortable with saying I am happy. Because when you're trying to inculcate that you're daijoubu desu, right? And you say I'm not mad, that's negative and another negative. Instead of saying I am happy or I am content. So I throw that out there. This happens, I would say 90% of the time when someone retorts. That's it. That's the sentiment that you get.
今日
Let's see. 今日, there's a time and place for things. I think when you're happy, it wouldn't be disingenuous to tell people that you're happy. I almost feel like people feel guilty for telling people that they're happy. Sometimes. Or feel insecure about feeling happy. If you're happy, you make people around you happy. At least in my opinion. Well, at least it's better than being negative. Then you're most likely unlikely. You're very unlikely to make other people happy when you're negative or you're speaking in negative. You're more likely to make people unhappy. You see what I did there? You're more likely to make people unhappy as opposed to you're not going to upset people. That's a double negative, in my opinion. You're not going to upset people. Instead of saying in another way. Let's see. 今日 Oh, クラスメイトと Where's
クラスメイト
classmate? Oh my gosh, it's two separate things. Yeah. 今日クラスメイトと会いたくないです。
会いたくないです。
Okay. So 今日クラスメイトと会いたくないです。Okay. Yeah, we're only gonna go with the exposure, so one more lesson. It was supposed to be a half day, but we'll call it a 1/3 day, right? 1/3 day. And then tomorrow will be a full day as opposed to be a half day. Although I still have to do the Neverwinter. call it novel. Shosetsu. Okay. I kind of held it for too long. Shosetsu.
好きな小説。
好きな小説。Favorite novel, sure.
後で家事をします。
What?
後で。
後で。Started off straight off with a kanji. Let's see. Left radical is familiar. But the top right looks hecka weird, man. Yeah, the top right looks hecka weird. The bottom, yeah, the bottom's familiar. But the top, it's a weird looking one. Oh.
後で。
後で。Okay, 後で家事をします。I'll do chores later. I'll do the chores later, sure. Articles. Gotta keep in mind about the articles, you know? 後で家事をします。
多分後で洗濯をします。多分
後で
多分後で洗濯をします。します。
Oh no. Now we got all the phrases about putting off things for later. Oh no. Oh no. All these phrases. So 多分後で洗濯をします。I will clean up. I'll do cleaning. I'll probably do cleaning later. Or I may do let's see what they say. I'll probably do the laundry. Oh no, sorry, that's laundry. Sorry, my bad. I'm thinking of sojiku. Do I know the noun version of? Yeah. Oh, maybe soji o shimasu. Sentaku. Yeah, sentakuki. Laundry. I'll probably do the laundry later. Yeah, says like a whole host of people who don't end up doing laundry later.
アンドリューさん、もう洗濯をしましたか？
アンドリューさん、もう洗濯をしましたか？ Have you already done? 後でします。I'll do that later. I'll do it later.
パズルがしたいです。
パズルがしたいです。Oh, okay. したいです。Wait. したいです。Oh no.
したいです。
Oh no, never mind. Oh no, this is fine. This is still, yeah, this is fine still. Suru, this is still fine. It's fine. I want to do puzzle. Wait. I want to do a puzzle. Okay. It's fine. No, this is still fine. No weirdness yet. No weirdness yet.
猫と遊びたいです。
Okay, yeah, asobitai desu. That's fine. That's still fine. Neko to asobitai desu. And this is interpretive. This is another interpretive. Yeah, I want to play with the cat. with my cats. No, just cats. Play with cats. Not your personal cat, just good to, any old cat in the street, just pick them up and play with cats. Got it.
私の犬と遊びたいです。私
の犬 Okay, that's a little bit more reasonable. 犬と遊びたいです。
遊びたいです。私の犬と遊びたいです。
Yeah, I want to play with my dog. Sure.
新しいゲームがしたいです。
新しいゲームがしたいです。Sure. I want to play new games. Okay, so Duo stopped being a bummer for a little bit. For a wee bit. It's about what people want to do. I really enjoy listening to what people want to do. Sometimes constantly talking about negative phrases it's kind of a bummer,
掃除はしたくないです。
掃除はしたくないです。Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, and it holds up. You take the stem. Even for sudo, you take the stem. That's fair enough. Neat. I'm still bracing for irregularities. Somehow I feel like I'm gonna get slapped in the face with an irregular, or like another family or something at some point. Don't do this to me, Japanese. Maybe give me this one. Give me this one, alright? Solji. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's just Solji. Yeah, Solji. Yeah, Solji. So, this is cleaning, right? The sucks. Solji wa shitakunai desu. I don't want to do the cleaning. Yes. Monka?
家事
Kaji wa shitakunai desu. Nai desu. Whoops. Solji, Kaji wa shitakunai desu. Okay.
今家事はしたくないです。
今家事はしたくないです。I don't want to do the chores now. Atode. Oh, they're gonna lump it together. Atode. Oh, maybe it's a permanent phrase? Atode. Oh, what are these things? Wait, that's the I.
目で
Mede. Okay. It still has me. I, huh? Wait. This is the kanji for kuruma.
車で
Kuruma de. Oh, okay. It holds up.
なんで
And nande.
後で
I'm so curious what these things mean. Oh, wait.
車で
This is probably just by car. Kuruma de.
目で
Maybe this is by eye. Like approximation. Maybe this is approximation or something.
なんで
Nande. By what? Like by what? What are you doing? Like by okay. Maybe that's as simple as that. Just putting the de as a attached particle or something to these things. Who knows? We'll know in the future. So far, ato de. Kyoto.
火曜日
I was a little slow on that. Kayobi.
何回
Ima. Atode.
後で
Okay, atode.
後で
Sure. I want to play with my dog. Okay.
私の
犬
と
と遊びたいです。
遊びたいです。
Wait, can I do pasokon? Do I need no? Probably.
パソコン
Pasokon
の
の
ゲー
ゲームがしたいです。
したいです。
Yeah, I do need a no. Like, Do I need a no for pasokon? Okay. Do I keep going? Yeah, I think I should keep going. I should cut it down a little bit. Tomorrow's half day is gonna be long. Okay. Oh, let's at least do the kanji exposure, right? We need to expose ourselves to kanji.
暖房のリモコン
Danbo no remote. Yeah. Remote for the heater, sure.
新しいゲームがしたいです
Atarashi game ga shitai desu. Alright, we're getting a little bit better. Sure. I want to play new games. Sure. Chocolate ga tabetai desu. Okay. Wow. So the vast majority of things are coming from Thai and Hakunai in this chapter, right? And then I got like 1 or 2 new predicates, which I probably have forgotten. Oh, not really. Well, we have get up and sleep. Is there anything else? I saw relax again. But those are pseudus. Oh, we have 3 pseudo ones. Which I've promptly forgotten as well. I'm sure I'll remember it.
クラスメート
Oops. eat. I want to eat my classmate.
チョコレート
Sorry. チョコレートが食べたいです。
もう少し部屋でゆっくりしたいです
もう少し部屋でoh, there it is. ゆっくりしたいです。Oh my gosh. Oh no. Okay. Also, this is new too. A bit longer. I want to relax a bit longer. Where are we? Oh, hair. No, not my room. Oh, I guess they want to imply your room. Sure. I want to relax in my room a bit longer. That's fair. もう少し部屋でゆっくりしたいです。このスマホ、oh yeah, アラーム。このスマホのアラームは本当にうるさいです。うるさい。Where is うるさい？
うるさい。
Yeah, this is the only time these were shown to.
後で家事をします。
後で家事をします。I'll do the chores later. 後で。Gotta keep in mind, okay? Something do neko.
猫
And 遊びたいです。So, 遊びたいです。猫と遊びたいです。
デートをキャンセルします。
キャンセルします。
デートをキャンセルします。
キャンセルします。
デートをキャンセルします。
Yeah, キャンセルします。So sad that you come in and people are already canceling their plans. This has been a bummer. This we're learning to be negative now. And I don't know how I feel about learning to be negative, but just how it goes. Dozuka. Dozuka. We're canceling everything. We're also pushing off chores, studying later, pretending like we don't like to meet up with friends. We don't like meeting up with coworkers or friends or, you know, something no naka de. That used to be a Duolingo phrase. Wait. What does it actually say? Takunai. Oh, wait. I might be able to. No, I don't know that too. Yeah, you can post a YouTube link. Takunai something. I don't know the kanji for that predicate. Alright, let me see that. No nakakara. Oh, it's this song. Oh, yeah, I know this song. What does it say, though? Oh, I don't want to get out from the inside of the futon? Oh, that is futon. I remember someone doing that. Oh, yeah, it kind of looks like a futon, too. And it's this song. I recognize the song too. No. It's kind of a it's a bop, but it's also very depressing. I think there's a phrase like this from today's lesson. I think it's coming up actually. Kara, it's coming up. Kara de something. Let's see. Kara de yeah. Kara de taku de takunai desu. Yeah, this is beddo probably. Yeah.
ベッド
Beddo kara de takunai desu.
すみません、今日はうちにいたいです。すみません、今日はうちに行きたい。行きたくないです。行きたくないです。すみません、今日はうちにいたいです。
Oh,
行きたくないです。
Just kidding.
痛いです。
痛いです。Oh, right. Wait. Oh, yeah. Stay. Right. I want to stay at home. Today. Sorry, I want to stay at home today. Right. Itai desu. Right. Stay. Right.
すみません、今日はうちにいたいです。
Yeah.
花さん、
That's
早
the
く
new
行き
one.
ましょ
That's the
う。
new thing today too. For iru. New thing for iru. Always a bit weird when you see a conjugation of iru since they're a bit uncommon. Yeah. And it's also a definition swap in this unit. This day. Yeah, iru is one of the irregulars a lot of times. Or slightly weird looking. But this one was kind of alright. Itai and Takunai was so tame. It was tame. Okay, Hana-san, I was really distracted today. So I pretty much spent like, of the almost 6 hours of stream time, I think I spent like 1 hour learning today. because I had a beautiful discussion with two people today. A Brazilian and an Australian. Imagine that. One is interested in Japanese and one is interested in Chinese, respectively. Hana-san, 早く行きましょう。Wait. まだ7時じゃないです。It's still, wait, it's not 7 o'clock yet. Oh man, hey Victor. we're finding every way to dodge. Yeah, hayaku. We're spending every possible way. Every possible way to delay the possibility. We can't wait for time to tick by. We have to make our own fates. Yeah, we're finding every possible way to like be a procrastinator at this point. This whole unit is about procrastinating. Maybe I'll do the laundry later. Maybe I'll do the chores later. 多分掃除 right? Maybe かもしれない No one know if I'll really do the laundry. What does かもしれない What does that mean? かもしれない Maybe? No one will ever know? Is it no one will ever? I don't know. It's a negative. I don't like negative. Stop nyeing me. I'll show you a nye. I'm just kidding. It's not even 7 o'clock yet.
うちでハムスターと遊びたいです。うち
とハムスター。
ハムスター What? 遊びたいです。
Okay, that's kind of cute. Wait.
うちでハムスターと遊びたいです。で。
Sorry. Kamoshiranai is lit. No one can know X, but it's used like maybe. It's usually shortened to kamo. Wow. That is some next level colloquialism right there. I see. Wow. Show me a nai and I'll bust out the kunai. What you call it? Oh man, can I express that? No more. No, I can't negate moto. Like the only way I can say moto. Can you say like? Can you negate moto? I don't know how you say no more. No more knives. Shove your knives and swallow them. It's Thai from now on. Okay. All I want to hear is Thai-des. You Thai-des everything. Okay. If you takunai me or you freaking kunai me, I'm gonna I'm gonna show you some kunai. That's kind of funny. I get it though. Victor, you're making a double meaning, right? For the kunai? Because kunai is like the unit before all the E adjectives. All the E adjectives get a freaking kunai. and then all the predicates so far, all the predicates get a takunai. Freaking, there's so many nais all over the place. I don't like it. Do you know what? I already talked about this a bunch of times. It's starting to. This unit is so American English. I said this over and over again. I sound like a broken record at this time. Like, this is the internet American English. You put nai and kunai. You put kunai and takunai on everything, and that you get American English. If I recall, I is basically the same as in the adjective. I can see that. And you can also stick e adjectives onto verbs in the same way to change their meaning. Yeah. Yeah, geimu shi. Yeah. That's what we've been doing. Yeah, that's. Yeah. Wait, that last one was a little different. Okay. Oh, I get to do kanji. I get to do 15 minutes of kanji. Hold up. Hold my beer. Hold my figurative beer. We got some kanji today. One and ima. Okay. Wait. Since when did we have to review kairimasu? Oh, ima? Wait, how does
今
ima and kairimasu?
帰ります 帰りま 飲みます行きます半帰ります今帰ります帰りま
I don't see how they're overlapped though.
今帰ります
Okay.
話します帰ります会いますふん
Whoops.
今
I guess they
Ima.
don't have anything that overlaps. No? Everyone know ima is. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Really? I see.
ふん食べます 今読みます帰ります
Western style living room also read ima. Oh, I see. I see. It would be very difficult for me to remember that.
帰り話します読みます帰ります今
I'll remember the English part though.
半
Go home. Alright. Okay. Right. This is ima with konya.
今夜
Right? Yeah, ima with konya.
今
Sure. Which is about frequency. Or like a time of day. Or like a time thing. So that's fine.
家
Yeah.
今今夜
Konya.
1月
Nihon. Not enough overlap.
今
They don't have enough content yet.
今夜
Right. Konya. Yoru.
今夜
Oh no. Are you gonna ichinichi me instead of tuitachi?
1日
I hate you.
今
今、
1
1
月
月、
車今夜
Okay. Oh, there's
今
more.
夜
Onya. Oh, and Ima again. Okay.
今
I
今
really
夜
wanna make sure I don't mix them up here.
今
We demand sweet tachi. Me too. Me too. Oh, there was another one actually. A lot of the. There are a few others that we got spoiled on. There's a few other days of the month that do the same thing. I encountered one 2 days ago, but it was more like a rare bug for spoiling.
今夜
Okay.
今夜今
Okay.
今夜来週先月夜今 今
I think in general it doesn't support multiple readings for the same text, which hurts the Japanese course. I think it's okay. If you don't know the multiple readings, then
今今
if you think you know the multiple readings, then you know more than you think, or like then you know more than Duolingo.
会います
I must. Although I don't think any of the multiple readings were not introduced by Duolingo. Like I don't think I've ever hit a multiple reading where I didn't already know because Duolingo introduced both the instances already.
今夜
Onya.
4つ
But that's like a blessing in disguise situation
4つ
as opposed to
Ima.
a reliance and dependency on a tool to do everything.
今住んでいま今夜
Onya.
今夜
Okay.
今夜
Onya.
ふん
Hmm. I can definitely appreciate how it triggers some people. I'm not
3
one of
月
them.
夜
Yoru.
今今
It's kind of like being angry at a game for its jank, but then falling in love with the jank of the game because it ends up defining the game.
今今
Only the game you love, rose-colored goggles, versus the game you don't like, then you're triggered. That's emotional dissonance, right? Onya. But I digress.
見ます
Imas.
今夜
Onya. Some people would say, well, this isn't a game. Language learning is a life skill. It's like, yeah, I agree.
1つ
Dotsu. So, taking advice from a self-proclaimed influencer isn't committing the same issues?
1つ
Dotsu. Right? Those are the
Ima.
deep cuts. So I don't draw a line between any of those, really.
今
Ima just has
Ni.
like a slight deep cut. We have too many deep cuts today, so gotta go on a diet here. There was also like a comment about using AI, but be wary of their hallucinations. You mean like how other humans hallucinate and pass on misinformation based on their consolidated fluid memory? I mean, step back, take some perspective, right? Humans hallucinate too. Although we don't call them hallucinations, we call them misinformation. Right? Atode. Yeah, later.
あと
後で
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yee. Yee. Interesting. Wow.
後で
Wow. That is a radical I'm not familiar with.
後で
It's kind of a mix of two,
後
but
で
yeah, no, not in this structure.
後で
Oh, this one's a little different too. It's a little different than I thought.
後で
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 後で。
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 Okay.
後で
Okay.
後で
Okay, that was a little off the mark there. Oh,
Atode.
that's a lot tighter. Oh, that's a lot sharper. Maybe like this? Okay. It's a little tighter. And that's a little closer. Okay.
あと
後で。
後で。
I'm way over time today.
後で
Way over time. Someone save me.
後
I'm
で。
on a second win right now. My second win is so strong right now.
後で。
Oh,
後で。
my voice is giving out though. I can already feel it.
後で。
I can biological constraints. What the heck is going on? I don't actually know what that is. Oh no. You know what? If atode was later, could this possibly be
午後
something to do with time? It is. Okay. I don't actually know what that term is. That's sometimes a thing. Okay. All right.
午後。
午後。
Okay.
午後。
Throwing you into the deep end, yeah.
午後。
That's like 50% comprehensive
Go, go.
input right there. 50%. No, it's not really like 50%. I cheated.
Go, go.
Like I knew that it was time related,
Go, go.
so maybe like 60%. 60% comprehensible input right there. Right. Because I had a lot of context
Go, go.
clues, and then I also had choices as well. So yeah. So I would have put my guess at not even 33%. It was more like 70% chance. Even to understand the meaning, really.
後で
So not too bad. This happens. It happens a lot in the kanji section now, because they need to, like, if you're learning a new kanji, if it's a novel kanji, they need to pick up two different words to separate the two pools. So they often pick up something that I didn't know the other kanji, but it's a recurring kanji in another thing. And it's generally a hiragana thing already occurring in my unit. So of the three, Gogo was the
後で。
most reasonable choice. So that's kind of like how I went about it. So the odds weren't really, I mean, technically in pure
Atode.
chance, it would have been 33%,
後で
right? I purely guessed, but I had
Atode.
enough context clues to make an educated guess that was
後で。
pretty much,
後で。
I felt fairly confident it was
後
a
で。
choice. And then
後で。
you can always just learn by the process of, not the process of elimination, but the correction, right? You get it wrong and just get it right the next time. You learn by making an error. That's a pretty reasonable way of learning.
後で
Atote. I don't like being wrong. I'm just kidding. It would have been funny if I was way off base. I have been way off base before. You know, Japanese doesn't translate that well all the time.
後で
Like, I don't remember. I always take the guess, though. I always use a
Atode.
educated guess based on the kanji. But there are a few kanji that's like, whoa! I have no idea how
Atode.
they got there. It's
後
always
で
a fun conversation when it comes to kanji. I love it. I can't wait to do the
後で
same again with
後
Chinese,
で
with Mandarin.
後で
Can't really do the same with Spanish. And I know enough about Spanish to say
後で
that it's not going to happen. But we will do something else with Spanish. Okay, we got it. So we still have some time. So
午後
yeah, like yoji. I don't even have a yoji. I don't even have a kuji. Oh no. Oh wait, I do have a kuji. Just kidding. I have a kuji. Oh no. Oh yeah, I have a yoji. Oh, these are times. Oh yeah, these are times too that I already know the kanji for. Just kidding. I haven't seen yoji represented in this way at all. But yeah. Wow. So I didn't even get a uh-oh. Oh no. Yeah. So Yoji and Kuji. Oh wait, I already know the other two. I didn't even think about it hard enough. I already know the other two. It has to be Go-Go. It's 100%. If I sat there and thought even harder, I already know the other two. If you get anything wrong when learning a new language, you get kicked out of the... What the heck is that? Oh, you get kicked out of the futon? Yeah. Wait, is that the futon? I see a futon again. Futon. Oh, wait. That looks like soto, the kanji for futon, and then some language. That's like language, go, and then dai looks like a university, and then the last kanji I have no idea. I was thinking like foreign language school club, but it's not actually school club. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just taking apart all the kanji that I know. Yeah, one you get kicked out. Oh, okay, so out, yeah, outside, soto, and I have no idea what the box thing, but it's the same. It reminds me of food. And then the other one is speak, like a goal, and then that like crown thing with the that's part of daigaku, and then the right thing I have no idea. I haven't seen the right thing.
午後
Oh, foreign language. Oh, you know where I've seen it? You know where I've seen it? It's in why does this thing have Nomaji all of a sudden? Why does that have Nomaji all of a sudden? What the heck?
午後
I saw it in Foreigner. I saw it in Foreigner. Yeah.
午後
Which was a bug.
午後
I don't actually know the kanji for Foreigner.
午後
Yeah. That's where I saw the first two kanji. And then Hito, yeah, and then Gaijin for the abbreviation. Yes. Yep.
午後
Okay.
午後
Yep. It was part of the bug in the kanji section. Sometimes the kanji section, if you do too many repeats, it'll pull up like a rant, like a lesson that's not even related, and that was one of the phrases. And the only way I could pick out Foreigner is because I knew soto, and hito. So it's outside person. So the thing in the middle must relate to the fact that the person is on the outside, which is a foreigner. Right. So that's kind of where we got it. Okay. Okay. We finished our 15 minutes. Let's do like 3 lessons. Oh yeah, country, right? Outside country. That's right. That's the kanji for country. Yeah. Pronounce Oku in a compound and yeah, someone said that too. Which it will be a while before I can absorb that because I need like more repetition and stuff to output it. But when I see it, I can at least get the idea, right? It's input. It's mostly input at the moment. I have no output on that. But a gaijin, I'm very familiar with in terms of the output for the audio. So if I hear gaijin, I'm very familiar with the abbreviated version. Because I'm a foreigner in many ways. It's far more ways than I feel like many people can comprehend or resonate with. Alright, so let's see. Let's do like half these lessons so I can really get it, because I digressed a little too much today.
青
Ow. Interesting.
玉
Ama,
西
Nishi.
今
Interesting. We won't worry about those.
車
Kuruma, until they come up in the future.
眠い
Nemui.
3月
Sangatsu.
4月 チーズ
今
Hidari.
人
Hito. Oops.
人
What is that anime that has the opening that starts with Aoi for blue and everyone memes it into saying oh wow, oh yeah? You mean like Evangelion? Cruel Angel Thesis? I mean, that's the only thing that I can think of that starts something similar. I don't think Aoi... I don't see how they got Aoi, but I think it's Cruel Angel Thesis. Evangelion? Maybe? I'm pretty sure it's the first line. Aoi... No. No, maybe that's not it. No, maybe that's not it. It's something else. Aoi... It might. What else was memed that starts with Aoi? Aoi. Yep, that's my only guess. Wait, let me listen to the beginning. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Oh, it's not. No. It's not. It's not Evangelion. It is around 20 seconds. Oh, it is? Oh, okay. It's not the very first. Yeah, I was like, it's somewhere in it, but it's not the first. Yeah, it's not the first lyric, but it's very close. Yeah. Heckin memed.
3
San.
4
Okay. Why do I know that? I don't want to talk about it. It's Osu. Osu is probably the reason why I know that. Not that I haven't watched Evangelion well before even the Osu community was flourishing in that sense, but I watched Evangelion. I watched Evangelion predating Osu. So that just demonstrates how old I am. I'm done. We're gonna stop talking about Evangelion now. I found a song that says it twice in a row in the first 10 seconds. Oh, which one? But not as a first word. Oh, okay. Okay. Aoi. So wait, how do you pronounce it? Aoi as in... Am I pronouncing it properly? Like Aoi as in English Aoi? Like Aoi, like it hurts Aoi. Is that how people are getting Aoi? Oh, okay. So Aoi. That's kind of funny, actually. Oh, you know what? I get it. That's why people, when I say Aoi, someone say Aoi to me. I'm like, oh, okay, Aoi. Oh, I think Indie did that. Indie totally did that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Indie memed me. When I learned Aoi in way back, like 60 days back, I'm pretty sure someone memed me and say Aoi, and I'm like, all right, well, say Aoi from now on. So every time aoi comes up, I said aoi. It all makes sense now. No one explained this to me. I didn't even make the connection. My only guess was based on how you described it, because it's a meme song, and I'm like, what sounds like aoi in the beginning? And that's the only thing that came to mind. I didn't even know it was a meme. Interesting. Thanks for getting me cultured. Is that still topical? Is the meme still topical?
Ken さん
Ken-san no smaho.
スマホ
Smaho
の
no
アラーム
aramu. Aramu what? Oh, desu ka?
ですか
眠いですか？
Is it still topical though? I know you're linking this to me, but is this still topical? I can't unhear it. I can't unhear it anymore. Dun 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 dun. Owie. It's no. We can't do this anymore. It's time to retire from Japanese. I can't do this anymore. It's over. I'm officially broken. It's kind of like junkie. You know, you can't unhear junkie anymore, right? You can't unhear junkie. Ji gi or ki. Ki. Junkie. Okay. Anyways.
眠いですか？
Nemui desu ka?
Nemui
desu ka? I am sleepy. Or are you sleepy? That's fine. Are you sleepy? Oh, I forgot. This is about vending machines of all things. Yeah, it's about vending machines. And lots of people already told me about vending machines. We don't have to talk about vending machines anymore. Please don't tell me it's abbreviated and it's also 3 kanji that talks about automatic seller. We're not gonna go down. We're not gonna go down vending machines. I think I've had a lot of extra encounters with junkie.
スマホの
But can we expand the word past 5? Let's not. Let's not. スマホのアラームは not today. Not today. You can not today. Maybe another day.
うるさいで
Yes. I'm running very, very late. スマホのアラームはうるさいです。うるさいです。
ケンさんのスマホのアラームですか？ケンさんのスマホのアラームですか？ケンさんのスマホのアラームですか？
I'm very sleepy.
とても
とても
眠い
眠い
です。
I'm not sleepy. I'm just really tired. Oh, hey, XD. Yeah, I'm very tired. Like, I'm physically very worn.
今何時ですか？
And I typically want to, like, output stuff. So when I get, like, physically worn, it's time to wrap it up.
今何時ですか？
今
何時ですか？
今
今
今
もう10時です。 でもまだ起きたくないです。午後1時まで眠いです。
Wow, the synthetic voice was actually struggling a bit there. He wishes he could sleep more. Indeed. Tuki desu. No, tuki desu. Wait. Is that die? Does that become die? Oh no. No. That's it looks like that, but not. I don't actually know. Is that die? Is that supposed to be die skidas? I don't actually know that kanji, but I do recognize one of the articles. One of the radicals. How are you doing, XD? We're getting to the end here. We digressed a lot. It's a little bit late. Oh no, it's osoi skidas? Osoi skidas. Wait. You gotta clarify here for me. I'm running on some fumes here. Mo juji desu. It's already 10 o'clock. I looked at my own clock when I said that. Demo mada okitakunai desu. Although I don't want to wake up.
まだ
I still don't want to wake
で
up,
も
right? Although I still don't want to wake up.
まだ
午後1時まで眠いです。I am sleepy
まで
until, oh no. Why so late today? It's too late. Oh wait. Oh, it's too late. So遅いです。遅い is late, and he is too or very much. Oh. Yes. What does that mean? Each character only has one radical. Wait, what is going on? What is happening? I don't understand any of you. I will answer the one question for granola. Today was American Mother's Day, so I know. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hold up. Today was American Mother's Day, granola, so I went out for half the day and then I came back and then I met two people today that basically I spent 4 hours talking to. Oh, and there's Lotus. And then there's Lotus. Oh, is that what that says though? Yeah, new people. So this person we met, yes, and then there's Lotus. Yeah, we met a Brazilian who's interested in Japanese, who started their Japanese learning journey, and then we met, wait, does this relate to anyone? Oh no, Sub-Zero's not here. Oh, Shady is not here either, because I also met an Australian who's interested in Mandarin and has done a lot of Mandarin studying already, and is going to visit China soon. Yeah, because Shady is next to Blue, and maybe, I don't know, Victor, you know Chinese, right, Victor? I'm starting to just assume everyone knows my target languages. Lotus, you know Chinese too, right? So you could have like exchanged Chinese things with them. You know very little? Oh, darn it. Yeah, Shady already learned Japanese to a great extent, and then he is learning Chinese at the moment. You're on unit 2 of Duolingo. You're basically a master, Lotus. What the heck? You should have started using that. They've got a really good pitch thing actually. Oh, that's what I've heard actually. I'm kind of curious. I will be able to tell. Like, hands down, I think that's going to be one of the more interesting experiences I will have, because I can actually tell pitch in Chinese. You know, house Chinese and some school Chinese. Yeah, that's pretty much all you need to meet most people's families. You know what I mean, Victor? That's all you really need. Kidding, but in a really funny way, I'm not kidding. That if you know house Chinese, that's about that's like yeah. I will be able to kind of rate the pitch in you're gonna go to bed, but oh man, I gotta go to bed. Well, I'm not gonna go to bed, but I have to finish this lesson and then head out. Thanks, Lotus. Thanks for coming back. And then you know, take care. Sleep well. Okay, so they want to sleep more, but I'm having a trouble. Wait, go ichiji made nemui desu. So I'm sleepy until 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. I guess. That's kind of a weird expression. Okay. Ima something desu. Sure. Ima 8時半です. Sure. And then 9時にテレビを見ます. Oh, you lazy. No, I'm just kidding.
今日は休みです。
Imagine.
まだ起きたくないです。家でゆっくりしたいです。
Sorry. My first thought is imagine scheduling a time to watch TV now. Think about it. Think about it, guys. Think about that phrase. Yeah, it's better phrase in the past tense. Exactly. Yeah, it was a little weird. I wasn't dealing with that. I'll be sleepy until 1 p.m. Yeah, I will be. Yeah, I'll be sleepy if you're doing that. Yeah. It's future perfect, if you know what I mean. I will be sleepy until 1 p.m. is future perfect. So I don't think Japanese has the greatest distinction between perfect tense. So like past perfect, future perfect is not, it comes off as a little weird. So I just kind of ignore it and use the Japanese phrase a lot of times. When you're thinking of like have had, I would have, like, I have had a drink at 1 o'clock. I have drank at 1 o'clock. Future perfect. Or I will have a drink at 1 o'clock. Future perfect. As in you're going to do in the future, but it's already done because it will be done. Future perfect. I haven't encountered any way of where it naturally transitions on perfect tense from English to Japanese. Maybe there are some. I don't know, but I haven't really yet. Which I was about to say something else. Oh, imagine that last phrase, watching TV at a specific amount of time. Right? At 9 o'clock, I watch TV. Think about the times, how times have changed. Like, you have to think about using a phrase where you say when you watch TV at a specific time. I know, like, some people still watch things at specific times, but I just think about it like, oh yeah, remember the days when you actually have to catch up programming at a specific time. You still do, but it's obviously not the, now it's more the exception, not the rule. The normalized thing is now everything's on demand, or most things are on demand, and now you set your those are like special events when you schedule a specific time to watch things. Times have changed. I still lived in the era. I lived at the end of that era, right? The era where programming was fixed. 今日は休みです。休みです。今日は休みです。So today is a break day. Today is a break day. まだ起きたくないです。起きたくないです。I still got up. Okay. I still get up. I still don't want to get up. Yeah, I still don't want to get up. 家でno. Yeah, 家でoh, okay. ゆっくりしたいです。Okay. ゆっくりしたいです。I want to relax at home. Okay, sure. Today, this person will stay home. Oh, I think I may sleep until 1 p.m. Interesting. I don't know. They probably put tabun in there to make it say, I think I may sleep until 1 p.m. Also, there's also the potential form. They might also use the potential form for that. But tabun would probably with a goro. Oh yeah. If I remember correctly, it was 午後1時 yeah 午後1時まで yes までsleepy yes まで眠いです。Or is it nemui? No, nemoi. It's new vocabulary. I'm still trying to remember this stuff. I'm gonna struggle so much tomorrow. 今日 let's see. 今日7時です。まだ起きたくないです。Yeah, sure. That's fair enough, actually.
今日は起きたくないです。
Yeah, you're really drilling that in, aren't you? 今日は起きたくないです。Today, I don't want to get up. Sorry, it's so negative. It's kind of hard for me to even imagine Japanese people using these phrases, but I'm sure it does happen because in the privacy of one's home, right? まだ8時じゃないです。I don't want to get up though. でもまだでもまだ Oki takunai desu.
起きたです。
Oh, we got a new leaderboard. Let's check out the leaderboard. Okay, well, got some serious. Can I hang with these peeps? Oh, I think I can hang with some of these peeps. I don't want to try too hard. I think I can hang with some of these peeps. I always look at the leaderboard to see how many streaks there are. Ooh, we have a 5-year. Oh, we have 2 5-years. Okay. I think this is where I'm gonna stop for today. Tomorrow is also a half day. I was kind of hoping to get 4 more lessons in, but yeah. We're gonna wrap it up here. I'm very, very physically exhausted. My utility of my voice is I don't want to push that any harder than and now. Alright, folks. There you have it. It's the end of day 88. Tomorrow is my Monday, so we're gonna go back to Neverwinter, right? For the 4th week reset, and then hopefully I can complete unit 9. So we're gonna have to swap up how I do the recall for the double half days. I think we're gonna keep doing half days on Monday and maybe Sunday. We'll do Sunday and Monday half days to give myself a little break, because I think doing 1 unit and then staggering recall with Japanese and English is great, but the days are very long and my voice isn't holding up for those days. And then if we include like discussions and stuff, that will just balloon. So try to play it by ear for now. All right, folks, it was a great discussion today. What are some take-home messages? I've been doing take-home messages at the end of the day. I think the one thing I wanted to express today is that oftentimes when you're at your high, okay, all right, I'll save this for later. Okay, what is this? What song? Which song is this? I haven't ever heard this song before, so I'll go listen to it later. Okay, so let's thanks for the link. I'll listen to it later. It kind of reminds me, at first I thought maybe it sounded like Maximum the Hormone, but then I heard the guy singing and I'm like, no, it's not. So okay, so what are my closing remarks? I think one of the remarks, the take-home message I want to leave today is when you're incredibly healthy, right? If you're healthy, you're living it up, you find sustainability, you have excess resources. Sometimes maybe you don't have money, right? You don't have those resources. But if you're comfortable right now and you have some excess energy, some excess enthusiasm, I think there's a place in this world wide web for individuals who's able to demonstrate what they use with that excess energy. As in, a lot of times I feel so much of it is related to the prospect of results. Like, what is your return on the excess energy? And less doing for the sake of inspiring and returning if it happens. So one of the comments I made today was the idea that a lot of times there's so much goal-oriented discussions and questions nowadays, and oftentimes it's pretty alien, at least for someone like myself, that I say I'm incredibly privileged in this time. It's not going to be forever, but it's going to be as long as I have excess energy and the resources to support myself without the shackles of requiring to have goal-oriented thinking in order to keep my life sustainable. Like, for example, how can I pursue this passion if I don't have money to support it, right? Those are the shackles. So if you find yourself in that, then definitely stick with pragmatism. But if ever you find yourself in a privileged position, which I count all the days and the blessing of that I have, so whether it's 1 year or 2 years or however long I can stretch this period, I have excess energy, not shackled by maybe sheer need for pragmatism. So with that privilege, there's so much one can do to inspire with that excess energy. I'm offering a open hand of generosity, right? Maybe good spirits, good enthusiasm, resourcefulness, creativity. Sharing that instead of sharing some hustle sell or plug, like, hey, I want you to watch and you know, absorb what I'm doing because it leads you to X, versus, hey, come by, chill out for a minute. Did anything inspire you? That kind of thing, you know, just existing. Sometimes I think that phrase, I no longer use that phrase too much because oftentimes just existing is no longer a euphemism. It's a stigma. It's stigmatized. Just existing means drifting along each day in order to wait for the goal to come closer. So like grinding is almost like just existing now. Working towards a goal or a career feels like just existing these days. So if you're ever in a privileged position, and that's the message I wanted to make clear, I'm in a privileged position for the time being, maybe for another year or two, perhaps. And I want to use that time to stay well rested, maybe well practiced, and do something to reinvest in open arms, to demonstrate that you can be incredibly productive, enthusiastic, and find life incredibly rewarding when you're not necessarily always looking at a distance goal that requires payback. Because keeping your eyes on that goal can sometimes also make you forget, when you become too focused, make you forget about enjoying the times you have and the open opportunities that are in front of you or in the present day. So much like that person who burns bridges and closes every door because every door is not related to the goal you're looking at, that is what the message I want to end the day with. Being non-shackled also alleviates a lot of the narrow focus or the tunnel vision that may happen with desperation and emotional pragmatism that's required to sustain your life. Money is a really tough subject, right? So whenever I think about my life when I get up, how I'm happy and stuff, this is usually due to the privileges I have. Either I was lucky to be blessed with them, or through my hard work, whatever the situation is. I like to maximize the situation in order to make things happy for the time being. It's that is a currency that I personally think there isn't enough of. You can't quantify this currency. You can't quantify how being happy makes someone else be happy, or reassure them that the thing they're doing can bring them happiness by witnessing it. You cannot quantify that. It's something that I feel is overshadowed by career, lots of career hustles, like here's my secret 10-step to bussins, whatever, or like making millions, or here's my how to condense 5 years into a 30-day program to be a superstar, that kind of thing. That's goal oriented. It's going to be hit or miss, and you're always operating on expectations. And much like many things, when you choose to dedicate your time, there's always that constant consternation of, what is it called? Opportunity cost, right? However, when you spend some time, and if you're ever in a place where you're healthy and you're not quite strapped to have to do certain things, opportunity cost doesn't come into play if everything you choose and do is opportunity, right? Whether than looking at opportunity cost in a sense, usually opportunity cost means you pick something, then you lose your chance out in another thing, right? So you're weighing two things, and if you pick one, but the idea is either or presents opportunity. So it's a plus regardless of which one you pick, not at the cost of the other one. These two doors are possibilities. So to balance all the other things that you have as an opportunity cost, sometimes the last message I want is have something that you do, regardless of what you do, is a positive. So every action, nearly all the actions you can possibly make with this one or two things, I imagine for me, for a healthy individual, they would have at least 2 or 3 things in their lives so that they can like mix and match and bounce between them. Be it music, I don't know, artwork, breaking glass, blowing glass, making stained glass. Blowing glass, that's kind of really specific. But have those things. Gardening, whatever action you do with that is not an opportunity cost. It's not a problem of opportunity cost. It's a gain. It's a gain of function where you can constantly participate in when you have the luxury of not being shackled at the moment, be it 1 hour of your day or 30 minutes of the day. And to me, this is it. So since I'm not shackled by a day job or anything right this moment, I'm still building towards something that I may use, but at the same time, it's always about focusing in the present at the time. I think there's not enough people out there who show how things can go slowly and still be fantastically rewarding. There are too few people who move slowly out there that are influential, and as they move slowly, they can appreciate that this person is having the time in their lives while going slowly. I think we've become so accustomed to going so fast that even questions and thoughts come at like 2 or 3 year periods. Like, oh, so when are you gonna do when you master Japanese? Well, I don't know. That might be like never. Right? So things like that, like it's so peering, it's contracting the meaningfulness of the moment into like 3 years, 4 years. That's a 9-year project. When you're done with the 9-year project, well, when you keep asking and keep thinking about it every single day, the 9 years, oh yeah, it's getting closer by one day, you start losing out of your present day, starts falling out of focus. It becomes lifeless, right? It becomes gray, and you just exist until that 9-year period comes. And here's the really harsh, deep cut. As you rob yourself of the day-to-day, that 9 years plan may never come. Now, if you have a chance to balance your present day-to-day activities and maximize its colorfulness, even if you have that goal out there, that goal might not even be the same goal at the end. It can be something even transformative and emergent beyond that goal. So sometimes it's great to have long-term goals in your focus, but at the same time, don't forget that the present is incredibly brilliant, right? So it's one of those things. Successful people see opportunity when they they try to see as much of the opportunities that are presented to them, both in the present, usually most of them are in the present, or the immediate future, not speculatively weighing their entire lives on the prospect of some lofty goal in the future. That's a potential future, but they don't overlook the opportunities that are presented in front of them. So that's probably my lasting message. Like, using different learning techniques and talking to other people, those are all opportunities. There are opportunities presented to me, and I feel very privileged and lucky to have them, right? Even if someone's calling me a butthead, that's an opportunity, as opposed to something that I must ignore or waste my time with, that kind of thing. So that's probably my exiting message, guys. Find something that breathes color into your moment day to day. 1 hour can make an 8-hour, it can offset like an 8-hour workday's grind, right? What do you want to do? Make the work on the most perfect ratio of vanilla to chocolate ice cream for your ideal dessert? Do it. Do it for 3 months, right? Like 30 minutes a day, you look forward to a period of the time where you're just experimenting with ice cream ratios. That's perfectly wonderful, right? Share it with the world. If you are less, like, if you're not insecure about it, share it with the rest of the world. Who knows? You might start a trend. And that trend, in my opinion, is incredibly topical right now. I don't think there's enough people to balance all the quick hustles on the internet. You know, become a master in X number of days. How about how to have a wonderful day right now? You know? How about, hey, ask yourself, what do you want to do today that at least bring joy to you, right? That's kind of the thing. All right, guys. That's a wrap for day 88. Thanks for listening and chilling. And I don't know how I'm going to edit this one now. Cut this one out. But hey, it's a work in progress. All right, guys. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, you know, keep doing what you got to do. And also think about that message, right? Outside of the things you got to do. And as always, mata ashita. Ja ne. Good night, XD.